Well, hello there, everybody. Got some starting stream soon infographics. The ads are still popping up, huh, Wolf Knight? That is so frustrating. Maybe I have to fully turn it to off. Either way, let me flip views here. Hello. Got the camera on today, because why not? Welcome, Wolf Knight. That is strange. The ads are still popping up. It drives me nuts because they're set to manual right now. The goal is that like when the stream's live, there is no ads. Then ads are just an after the fact. But maybe I'll just turn monetization off, and then maybe they'll stop popping up because the ads bug me. They're a bit of a vibe killer in the middle of the streams and stuff. You have a big clang moment, and then you get an ad in the middle of it. That doesn't feel good. Or like you ask a question I'm answering, and an ad pops up. That sucks too. So I will just definitively on future streams just turn that setting off, and then I'll turn it on after the fact. So thanks for thanks for letting me know. Oh, did I unmute my mic? I did unmute my mic. Okay, because that would be a little embarrassing if I didn't. Let's see. Feel good. Sweet. All right. So today, welcome to the stream. We are. I have another button here, and boop, that one. There we go. We are building a little canyon racer. I tried to do some initial prototyping of this thing to make it like a thumbnail, like really quickly, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. And so I have this really janky mock-up just as a proof of concept. But of course, as with everything that I like to build, there is some inspiration here. So one of the reasons, aside from the fact that we have this sick canyon over here, let me just fly up here and show you this sweet canyon. This is on Verdure. You can find this like Grand Canyon-y looking thing. It's not super long, but it is very deep and it's pretty narrow. And I was flying my mission runner through it, and it's a little crazy for that. It's not that ship is not designed to be nimble. So I designed these like proof of concepts. When I built the mission runner, I kind of did a build stream on it, but I was pretty far into the build already, so I thought it would be cool to have a show more of the early process rather than farther in. So I do have some inspiration. I've shared this on my Discord. So this is sort of like our concept for what we're going here. A little like 1 or 2 man racer, can be quick through canyons, sort of like a smuggling kind of vehicle. The main inspiration was definitely this image here. This is an artist. I think his name's Eric Sebring is his name. This is a super cool, he's a concept artist. This is a really cool illustration. This is another one by him. It's a different ship. But this was sort of the main inspiration. But obviously just copying one ship is super boring, but I like the car element. I liked this image because I liked sort of like this little vent element on the side here could be a really interesting like spot for like a side thruster. We don't have a great way to make like sloped windows like this. The more long slope window is a little too big for this purposes. So I pulled in this image because it's sort of like this guy as well. We might do something like this for our cockpit windows where we kind of have this like overhang and these little like bars hanging down. We'll just kind of have to see how it fits. This is just kind of another great example, like our initial illustration of just sort of the form factor we're going for. I think this is roughly the shape, but we're obviously going to need some more thrusters than what this allows for. So that's where kind of this inspiration image comes in. I sort of like having these exposed thrusters in the back, some sort of side components visible here. Really makes it look like a racer. Maybe potentially having some fairings come out of the side or whatever you want to call them. And here's sort of like another potential form factor. I don't really like the big engines on the side here or anything, but I do like this cockpit. I think that this would, when we have pistons, this would be a super cool cockpit idea. You can basically have a piston behind the cockpit here that retracts all the way, and when it's retracted, this is closed, and the piston attaches to like the end of the back of the window here. And so when it activates, it pushes out and pulls the window back, and then when you retract it, it pulls the window closed. That would be a super cool cockpit. We can't do that right now in SC2 because we don't have pistons and stuff. But this is sort of the form factor and kind of visioning board that we're going for. So I initially started mocking. Hang on, let me check one thing real quick. Ooh, I think, yeah, my chat's not quite synced because I'm not seeing your second message pop up in my studio here. I'll just pull up the live one. That's all right. We'll just do that. Hopefully I can see the chat messages better. It's also getting to night. I didn't really want to turn debug mode on because it can brick builds, but we're going to because I don't want to do this in the total dark. So there's a sun tab here in the debug menu. You can change the time of day offset. There's also these, or I can just turn the sun rotation off as well. We don't have to come back in here again. There's also these settings in here to change the azimuth and elevation. So instead of like the sun moving on a single plane, you can like adjust which plane it's on. But I've noticed that as you mess with the sun, it actually like messes with the rendering of the sun, and like it won't show sun reflections off vehicles and stuff. It's very strange in that way. Yeah, so here's sort of the proof of concept. This is not at all what it's going to look like. I mean, it's rough-ish shape, but I was kind of just interested to see how well like the different thruster arrays work, like how much you need for good vertical thrust. Like here's the vertical thrust right now. It's not super great. Of course, it's a racing ship. You could just point up to go where you need to go. But I don't love the vertical thrust, and if we crash in here, it likely can also crash the game. It does that a lot. Anytime you crash in the canyon, it doesn't like it very much in the game. It will sometimes crash. Uh-oh, almost crashed there, speaking of. So yeah, I'm flying a little recklessly here, but what I'm thinking is that this might be a little too... Let me turn my game audio down just a little bit. It looks like it's kind of loud compared to my voice. So I don't know if this is going to be the best form. I think this might be too small. I don't think we can get the performance we want out of a grid this small. So we might actually scale it up to be quite a bit bigger. And that's okay. I don't think it has to be small. I think it's important to work within the limitations of like what thrust is good for what. And like certain thrusters are different sizes. So if you just... Oh God. Descending a little hard. Yeah. Like descending is a little scary. Like you're kind of limited just by what the thruster sizes are. So if you need to have the bigger thrusters, then you need to use them. You just have to design your ship scale to look accordingly. Kind of ran into that when I built the Talon. There's, you know, some people were commenting when I made the Talon video, like they didn't realize how big it was, but it's like, it's as big as it had to be to make sense with like just the thruster limitations we had. So this was sort of the proof of concept, but I'm finding it to be maybe a little underpowered. So we'll just maybe go back to the drawing board a little bit on that. Shut her down. Shutting down sounds so good in this game. Let's see here. And I'm hoping that my chat is not bugged, because sometimes it is just weird. It's like sometimes it just doesn't load right. Okay, so sort of when I first built this initial proof of concept, I almost want to take this off the landing pad because it looks so stupid. So I started just doing kind of what I did with the mission runner, just sort of like kind of laying out the form factor of what the size it has to be and stuff. You know, I thought I was flying this around again. I think that this like could maybe work in this sort of a size, but we're gonna do a mock-up here, and we're gonna attach some of these larger thrusters vertically as opposed to these little ones, just to see if that makes much of a difference. I think like in the case of this like example, like if this is sort of our scale, like this could be like, imagine size wise, this could be two control seats side by side, and we can sort of use that to derive our scale. And I'm not going to let the windows dictate anything. Like sometimes you're stuck making cockpit size based on the windows, but I'm totally open to just having like open cockpits like this, since it is just sort of a planetary runner. I don't think it's a big deal if there's not windows. Like here, I sort of mocked it up, right? Just like there's a hole there or whatever. So let's go ahead and start another mock-up here. I like to just kind of move fast out of the gate. So let's just get like a little spacing in here just to give us some vertical height to work with. Let's just put one of these here. Let's make it yellow. I like to make things yellow so I know it's temporary. Just put one of these here. And we'll put another one back here just as a safety. And then we're just going to lay down some interior walls, just trying to get the form right now. We're not really worried about greebling or if these are the final blocks. We're just trying to just get a working concept going. And I think because I said I might have to make it a little bit wider, let's mess around with near the cockpit here area. We'll make it just maybe wide enough here to add an extra control seat. Oops, why did symmetry not work? Because I'm not perfectly centered. Reset our symmetry. All right, put this here. just sort of where our cockpit's going to be. Let's bring our control seats in. Now, one could be, we could have a control seat with just like a regular seat next to it. We could design sort of a pseudo cockpit or a pseudo passenger seat, if you will. Because I think 2 might be pretty big, but I don't know. I think that could scale. What if we had one of these? Let's try an alternate here. We're just kind of moving fast in the sketching phase. We just want to kind of remain nimble here. Let's see. So we had a seat. Seats are just so small. But we could have a seat here. Because you can always sort of make a cockpit area. Like I could come in here. Maybe add some buttons are pretty big. Yeah, I'm not going to get lost in the sauce there. The second seat would just kind of feel a little bit naked. So I think we'll just initially go with 2 control seats. Okay. So if we felt that our thrust was a little lacking, we'll want to upgrade even the reverse thrust was pretty bad. So we'll maybe want like just a big center one in the front. Or else we'll have to just double the stack up. I do like this is a really cool like front grille here in this one. I think that's a cool way to like conceal the thrusters. If we do a big one, it obviously wouldn't have a similar form factor. Okay, so let's see what this would look like. Because there's so we can raise the control seats up too, obviously. That'd be pretty big braking. I mean, I think like this one thrust in the back, I think we had decent. What was our speed like with this thing with just one? It's pretty quick. Shouldn't just thrust towards a wall because we do not have a lot of thrust. Abort. When in doubt, thrust out. It's also why you don't want to fly with dampeners too much, because in that case, I turned my dampeners on probably at a bad time and it started drifting me out to the side. So 1 in the back isn't too bad. It's just the braking leaves something to be desired. But we could have more thrust. Like if we widen it to be the 2 cockpits, we could add more reverse thrust. We could also add some kind of in the back where it kind of flies out a little bit. I think that would probably be easier to incorporate than having a big one in the front. I think the big one in the front might be a little tricky to design around without completely destroying our form factor, unless we just completely exaggerate the size of this thing. Oops, overshooting a little bit. Really not used to having this little of braking. So the braking is definitely the first. The braking and the vertical thrust are where we really need some more power. Shut her down. So I think if I went with something in the front like this, I'd probably actually lower this down here. Let's get rid of our safety blocks. That's why we had 2 in. Probably run it. A little lower. Let's put this here. I think that's wide enough. Too wide, actually. Is this just as wide? How wide is this? Oh, just 2 would have been good. Okay. I think one thing I want to figure out, too, with this stream is deciding, because we're going to have, like, some racing leagues, and we'll have a... We've already been kind of talking about it a little bit in the Discord. We're going to have some racing leagues, and one of the things to figure out early on is sort of, like, for each class of ships, like, how much thrust, how many, like, thrusters are allowed for, like, a certain class or whatever. I think one in the front, actually, like this, could be kind of cool. It wouldn't, it'd kind of ruin our form factor a little bit. I mean, here, this one's kind of got a big opening in the front. So we could design a interesting grill around it. I really liked all these ones, how it gets like thinner in the front, though. I really wanted it to be thinner in the front. That was the goal. But it could still be somewhat thinner. We could design the whole ship to be a little fatter in general. Just 2 in the back, I think, might be a little extreme. I think I would rather have two vertically, just to compensate some of our. Uh-oh. Now it's floating. Shoot, that was stupid. I just freaking. Oh man, that's all right. That's why we're in creative mode. So we'll just look at this back panel here, cut it, paste it. This is why I don't build in survival. All right, let's set another safety block here in the front. Because I think having a racing league where we're racing down this canyon would be pretty cool. Could do like time trials and stuff. You kind of like canyon racers and all kinds of different types of racers. But having like a canyon class would be pretty fun. All right, let's try this again. Got an itchy nose, man. Hey, cheat speech. Make it look like a pod racer. Yeah, that's definitely one option. It's looking like a pod racer. I've been waiting for races for ages. Yeah, races are going to be sweet. And we can definitely start doing races actually with just the multiplayer when it launches and there's only four players. That's more than enough for races, to be honest. So we'll be able to do, I mean, obviously having more would be better, but at least we can start. So if you guys have ideas for different types of races or different configurations, I think with racers, the goal will be to limit it, not based on PCU, because like things like spotlights are like the highest thing, they're 700 PCU. That's a pretty irrelevant metric. So I think it's more like limiting like how many thrusters can a ship have is more probably where classes like thrust, how many thrusters, like power ability and like how much power it can generate and weight maybe. But obviously the heavier you are, the more disadvantaged you are. So I think the bigger thing with weight is just making sure there's a minimum weight so people don't just literally like do what I'm doing here where you just literally just strap thrusters to a build and go for it. If there's a weight limit, a minimum weight, ensures that you still have to, you know, build a ship. Let's see. So let's build some of these some gyros. I know for a fact that these atmospheric thrusters require enough energy to where you can't just use the small batteries. I just recently reconfigured my toolbars and try to figure out my batteries. There they are. So we do have to have decent sized batteries. We're again just right now, we're not working on form factor. We're just trying to get the, we're just trying to figure out our power situation. Actually, I'm curious if one battery will just work. 30% charge. Guess I won't know until I disconnect it. Let's go ahead and... Whoa, why is my game... Man, the texture is just like... Looked horrible there for a second. That was weird. Let's just see how this feels as a setup. Run a partial copy. Paste it. I think I didn't forget any thrusters in any directions. Oh, geez. Wow. That almost like crashed on the ground, even though, I think my power's, I don't have enough battery. It, when I accelerated there, I don't have the backwards thruster is not powered right now. It's an issue. Let's turn around this way to slow down. All right. Trying to dampen without having a thruster. Gigabytosaurus from Discord. Oh, nice. Sick. Yeah, I never know some people's names when they have different names from one versus the other. All right, so we're gonna try to put a battery on this while it's flying here. Just slap one anywhere. There we go. How did I go from... That's weird. So it was like at 70-something%. And then I put another battery on and then it was using 81%. That's weird. So one thruster in the back is not going to be enough. Yeah, I've never seen all the Javelin ships. Yeah, so we definitely want 2 thrusters in the back. The 2 vertical thrusters definitely feels better. So that's fine. Then how's braking now? Braking should be better than going forward. Yeah, braking with that is enough. It's just whether we can get that form factor to work how we want it to. We'll also need to make some room for cargo, because sort of the impetus of a ship like this is to have a cargo hauler. Or smuggler, rather. I'll just leave this to the side over here, because we might fly it around again. Don't need it at the moment, though. Might actually be able to make it more compact than I was initially thinking, which is cool. I think with these thruster configurations, so we need a second one in the back. So I think we'll just move things around here. Let's go ahead and delete these, delete that. Let's do this whole thing over again. So we want the side. Let's put the side kind of sticking out here. Actually, let's do the center one first. This will be our vertical thrusters. We can like double up 2 of these. Might need to make a redesign of the Javelin for Atmo races. Yeah, and one of the things too is like if, you know, we can definitely race hydrogen in Atmo too. So, like actually one thing I thought would be interesting from a racing standpoint is having, like the rules could be like if there's limitations like Atmo thrusters, but you could have like one hydrogen thruster or something like that, and that would work as like NOS kind of in a way. So you'd have like a just like one hydrogen tank, and they're like you limit the size of the fuel tank it can be, so everybody has like the same sort of like level of like nitrous tank that they can use as a boost. I think that would be like a pretty fun mechanic to have in like a racing scenario. So you kind of get to choose on your boost, kind of like if you remember playing any like Need for Speed or Midnight Clubs or any of those things. Those like, I want to say old ass arcadey ones. I'm sure they're still making Need for Speeds. I obviously don't play games like that anymore, but got into more the realistic racing for a while. Don't play any of the arcadey ones anymore. But having like a little nitrous boost like that would be interesting. You could also choose, like I said, where you wanted it to be. So you could, you know, you don't have to have your thrust backwards. Maybe you want your hydrogen thruster forward just to use this like extra emergency braking. So you can like race into a corner and then hit that reverse hydrogen thrust and really slow down on a sharp corner and then like whip around the corner. There'd be a lot of interesting ways to skin it. So this is actually not too far off from our form factor we're looking for here. I thought we were going to have to make it a lot bigger, but this actually could work. And it'd actually be kind of cool if this back height was like just this height of this rear thruster. So these are actually cool greeble we could have on top of the build where you could see these things spinning. I mean, anytime you can lean into like any of the cool elements the blocks have out of the gate, if you can have those elements exposed, it just kind of makes for a cooler looking ship. As you know from this, I like to keep, like this one had a lot of exposed, you know, you see some of the thruster things. We kind of transition the thrusters into the grid a little bit, but yeah, things like, you know, the SO2 generator has great greebling, so kind of leaning into something. This is a sink. Kind of just leaning into some of it. Hey Marcus, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, so I guess one of the questions is, do I want to have the big one in the front or just 2 rows of little ones? Just to make that front end a little tighter. Just a little toy like a toyga. No wrong answers. Just a matter of what feels right. Like, I don't love as much the look. Let's see, how much does this braking? How much braking does this provide? Let's test this thing out. This is where I like to just iterate fast. Build the internals, then you can greeble around the outside. We know our form factor we're going for already, so we're not super worried about. We're just making sure it's consistent with that form factor, and then just sort of seeing where everything fits together. And then I need a second battery on this. Let's actually put 2 batteries here. Oops, don't have symmetry on this. Just put a battery there and a battery there. Fill in the back there. Do that here too, just for mock-up's sake. Like the hydrogen boost idea, yeah, we can definitely include that. I think that would be a super fun concept. And even with like power things, like, you know, if we only can have like 2 batteries or whatever, that also limits sort of the max thrusters you could do. So if there's a power limitation, you kind of wouldn't even really need to have thruster limitations. Oops, speaking of, I don't have enough right now. You can see, this is actually kind of interesting. So watch my rear thrusters, unless it's a rendering issue. Watch my rear thrusters as I fly here because I don't have enough power. Oh, that left one was kind of, yeah, it kind of flickers a little bit on and off when I get on off the throttle. It's kind of cool. So this isn't enough power. So I guess we will keep this battery here. Something I want to do with this build is I don't want to actually have any connectors on it because it's like a smuggling build. It'll only have a small cargo bay. Otherwise, it's just going to be atmospheric thrusters, which are just batteries. So I actually don't want conveyors in the, you just, when you land somewhere, you just swap. I'm going to have it where you can swap out the power cells easily. So it's sort of like, has more of like a maintenance sequence to it. You just swap out the power cells and manually unload the cargo versus docking on a connector or anything like that. Because like, I think like here, for instance, being able to just like land ships like wherever is pretty cool. I like just landing on a landing pad and not having to worry about docking to a connector or having it like landing in a weird way. So it's like sitting at a weird angle when you lock it. I like being able to just like land a ship, just like once you're close to ground, just turn off dampeners, let it land level, and then just turn it off or whatever. So let's test our braking here with these. It's not that great. It is not great. Obviously, if there's a hydrogen thruster on it, it'll need a little fuel tank to have a hydrogen, be able to fill it with hydrogen. Okay, let's, for instance, now let's just swap. But even if like this has like a small hydrogen tank as like a boost on it, you still could just like dock it to your like refuel station just real quick to get the boost, and then, oh god damn it, just to get the refuel, and then you could just undock it and go land it where you need to dock it. That's the brake. Okay, let's just testing the braking with one again here. Yeah, that's way better braking. Okay, we'll do the one boost. I think it'll pull away a little bit from the initial inspiration of this guy here with the smaller front and this guy here with a kind of the same front. But that's okay. We can still get sort of that aesthetic by just making sure our back is a little, like, our back's pretty fat anyway, so I think we'll already have a naturally thinner front. And we could leave, you know, the top of the thruster is actually flat and it has that cool piping on it. So I think we can actually just have that be the top and the bottom of the front end, and it'll be all right. I didn't think we would need 3 batteries though for this, but atmospheric thrusters be thirsty. All right. So we'll park this here as a temporary. We'll get up. We don't need this one anymore. Okay, so we're going to go big thruster in the front. We know that now. Let's see, how sunken can we? Let's see. Basically, so if we're going to use the top, if we know we're going to use the top of the thruster as like the hood of the vehicle, we can kind of line that up with where we want for the cockpits, because that'll be sort of the top of the view. Because what I don't want is, I don't want this where there's like this slope here. I want the cockpit, like your eye line, to basically just be just over the top of the front here. So here it's I guess 2 blocks high, and that's probably, what does this look like in here? It's probably about right. So oops, stay in that cockpit. So let's see, it needs to come just above those screens there. Okay, so we'll set this at accordingly. The other thing too with not having the windows is there's not really going to be a great way to get in and out of this build with like doors or anything. So not having windows will just mean that the way you can get in and out is actually through just like looking in through the window and getting into the cockpit. Let's see, how would that height look? I think that actually would be pretty good. So let's level off from this just to see how it looks from inside the cab here. So if this was, I know I'm blocking those thrusters, I'm just seeing something. Yeah, so there'd be the hood. So you'd have pretty decent visibility. I think if it went one higher, it might feel a little sunken in the cockpit. So if it was one higher, yeah, that's too much in your face. Okay, so that's the height we want that thruster to be. Okay, so let's get rid of these. Still just putting in the framework here. All right, so we kind of know the general thrust configuration. I think these thrusters are good. I think we had good enough side thrust. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good side thrust. That'll do pretty good. And of course, we're going to add some weight. If you ever want to test how something will do with more weight, actually, let me copy and paste this because I might accidentally break it here. Sneeze coming on. All right, so let's get out of this. Let's copy this. And one of the easiest ways to add weight is to just throw on some heavy blocks onto it and sort of see what your capacity is. So right now, 9,200, 9,300 kilograms. Let's just tack on some big baddies here. How much does one add on? 9,300. Wow. So 9,300. So it's about 3,300 kilograms is one heavy block. So let's just add 4 of them. That should double our weight. Okay, our weight's doubled now. I don't think we're going to be doubling our weight with this armor. It definitely doesn't accelerate as well, obviously. How's our side thrust with this much weight? Yeah, it's all right. Bless you. Thank you. Hopefully the mic muted. I pressed mute on the mic. Now I wonder, just out of curiosity. Okay, so we know that that's about 3,300 pounds per block. Oh, what did I do? That was weird. Oh, okay, that's great. Now there's a hole in my pretty ground. Oh man, wow! Look at that didn't even fall from that high, and look how big of a hole that heavy block left. That's crazy. That's dangerous. So I'm curious to see. So again, our weight is 9,328. 9328. So if I add 1 light armor cube. What? That didn't change the weight at all. What the fuck? 9328. Is that not connected? What? 9328. Light armor blocks weigh nothing? What? 9858. Okay. So you have to add 2 of them for it to show something? Okay, 9362. Wait, is it working now? Let me get rid of 1. 9362. Weird. So like it counts them in increments of 2. So the weight, by the way, is at the bottom. Now it says 9362, and I deleted the blocks. What in the world? It was 9328 before, and the weight's down by on the bottom right. In case you didn't know, you can see by your atmosphere stuff. Okay, so it weighs, let's just say 1 armor block, I guess, weighs. Actually, probably, does it tell me in the build panel how much 1 block weighs? No, that'd be too cool. I guess because you can't see the, yeah. So it weighs about 40 kilograms. So it got a little heavy when I doubled my weight to 12,000 kilograms. But we're going to add, I guess I could just add a section. Let's just simulate all of our armor. Let's say that's the top of the armor, and this is the bottom of the armor. 18,265. The reason I'm doing this now is I want to know, once it's greebled up, is it still going to be a fast racer? Why is my game quality so bad right now? What is going on? Why is my GPU, like, the textures aren't rendering? I feel like it looks, it's not just the stream. My game actually looks like this. That's bizarre. Why is it? You know, I started the game today. My computer like wigged out. Like it made way more. It was on the struggle bus. It was making some noises as loud. I never heard it before. It was crazy. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if like in the latest patch there's like a memory leak somewhere or something, or what that got introduced. So definitely slugs more with all this armor on here. Doesn't feel as racy. So the two solutions are, I don't really want to add any more like large thrusters, but we could add just some smaller supplemental thrusts just wherever it makes sense. And I think we'll make that decision in the Greeble stage. And we might not even need to add a ton of armor anyway, but we are going to have a cargo container. And that will add a little bit of weight, but we're mostly using this to sort of like smuggle smaller stuff. Like we're not going to really be smuggling anything crazy. Like we're not going to be like flinging iron around. Like you don't, you know, if you're going to have something that's like a smuggler, it's usually bringing smaller cargo along, right? So it's not like bring in like iron. Like nobody cares if you're hauling iron around. So it'd be like, you know, enriched uranium or things like that. Obviously it's a race car. We're going for a race car, but I like to have like a reason why the race car exists. Sort of like how like one of the reasons like NASCAR became a sport is because people were like designing these fast cars for like moonshine smuggling. And that was like the impetus of that whole thing as a sport. So I think it's cool if you have like if you're introducing like a sport or a certain racing class, the reason for it is because it does a certain thing. And then also means like in the races, if like we want to have a lore to the race or whatever, part of the race objectives could be to like deliver whatever you're delivering, whether it's like a bunch of enriched uranium, like deliver it to this rebel base, drop it off, and like race back. So part of the race is like getting there, getting out of the race car, loading it up, or like getting a load from like picking it up from somewhere and like running it back or whatever. It just kind of adds like another element to the racing other than just flying around. Your 2070 doesn't like the new planets. Yeah, I'm on a 5070 Ti, and if I'm struggling, I can't even imagine how hard it is for a lot of lower tier systems. It runs okay at medium, but even at medium, when flying around, the frame rates still drop. I mean, we're still in early access, so they'll optimize it. I mean, worst case scenario, they'll have to pull back a few layers of texture. Even with like the ray tracing off, it still wasn't running super smooth flying low on planets. But we'll get there. I'm not too worried about it now. Some people are obviously concerned about performance right now. It is a concern, and it's something they should focus on, but they are focusing on it, and it's gotten better from what it was initially. So they'll just keep fine tuning it. I'm not you know, they're building a new engine, so I'm not super stressed about it at the moment. Ask me again in a year. Okay, so other than a cargo container and having it needs a third battery. And all the batteries need to be accessible because we're not doing the connectors, so there is not going to be a way to charge this thing. You need to swap the power cells, so the power cells need to be accessible. You haven't. 3070 seems to be fine. Eternity haven't had much, if any, issues. Not too much yet. Okay, gotcha. Also, welcome in Dennis and Eternity. Yeah, I mean, it's fine in space. It's like just flying around, like on planets, it gets bad. Like if I'm sitting here, it runs like 60 frames a second, but as soon as I start flying on like high or medium, it drops to like 30 frames, which is not ideal. Okay, so we're gonna need batteries, and we're gonna need a third battery, and we're gonna need a cargo container. So I'm just kind of looking at my shape here and seeing where can I kind of tuck some of these elements in a way that makes sense. I think potentially we could have the batteries. I mean, you could change them from the front or from the top. Like you get on top and you swap the batteries out. That could be interesting. We could have them on the sides here. We could have them come out from the side of these thrusters. Could be interesting. We need 3 batteries total. That gives us some of our top back for designing. Where's the third battery gonna go? Gonna get a little asymmetry going in here, which is fine. Could put a third battery. Well, we have to have a cargo container actually. So let's figure out we want the cargo container, and then the battery could go opposite the cargo container. We don't need many cargo containers. Just this little one should be fine. A smaller one? No, it's the smallest one. Which isn't too far off from the size of a battery, so that's good. I think I will have the small conveyor visible. I did some testing on a previous stream, and we found that there is nothing that does not go through a small conveyor, at least right now. I don't know if that's just going to change, if that's just an alpha thing, but it does mean that you don't actually need large conveyors for anything other than saving PCU. So that's kind of interesting. Let's just mock it up here right now, and then have our other battery here. Actually like these batteries, the cells being next to each other. That's kind of next to each other. I mean, I guess if not, I just have them like that. So it's on the bottom. There's on the bottom too. Because we will need a little bit. We'll have to probably move some of these thrusters back anyway. Oh, I gotta add the forward thrusters back in. That would be useful. Let's see. How does this shape up here? You know, the cargo is 2 batteries. I could just have all the batteries on one side. It would be a damn shame though if you like got in an accident and all the batteries just took a hit. Could just have all the batteries on one side here. And then is there any other module thing we would need? Like we've put a cargo container over here. I don't think it necessarily needs anything else. I could also just add in like a crate. Of course, if I wanted to add that hydrogen boost, we could add a small fuel tank to offset the other batteries on the other side too. But it doesn't matter if it's like not symmetrical. We'll greeble in anything that's any excess we have. Not worried about that at all. But see here, we could like throw in this hydrogen tank like this. Just mocking this up. Let's just run with this for a second. Let's say we get a hydrogen boost. Put this here, put a corner here. So we can now have our hydrogen thruster here. Oh wait, this is a large. Yeah, it's a large one. We need to put an adapter. Adapt it. And then slap this boy on there. And then we can have our atmospheric ones here. Now we have our boost. Boost engaged. And we have symmetry with our batteries now. So that's a way that that could work. And then this will need to have a connector to refuel. So there is boost potential. I wonder how this flies with the... I wonder how much boost we get with that guy on there. Let's go ahead and copy and paste. Test fly. I should not have pasted that above my build, because if it for some reason like I forgot batteries, it would have just fallen out of the sky. Right, so to make the hydrogen work, at least initially, we need to put an O2 generator on it, but we don't need that for the actual build. We'll just put it on there just to give it some gas now. I wonder if I can turn it off now, if that just filled the tank up. It did. How much did it fill the tank up? Because we're in creative mode. Control panel. Tank. It is 6% full. Okay, let's keep that on for a sec. Will this go up while this is on? It is, yeah. We'll just let that fill up here. Otherwise. Oh yeah, that boost. Oh man, that boost helps a lot. Yeah, having that would actually be super sick. Little nitrous action. At least have a space for it, even if the initial build doesn't have it. Especially since the hydrogen tank does keep my my build somewhat symmetrical. Now, something I'm noticing, I think something I will do, because we're kind of losing the initial form factor. Like the back's going to be pretty big, but in our inspiration here, the cockpits are all more oriented kind of in the middle to the back. Like this one, it's pretty far. This one, it's all the way in the back, which is pretty cool. But unless we have thrusters on the side, that's not going to work. This one hits in the middle. That one's in the back and the back. So all of our things are more towards the back, but here we are in the middle. So the way we can compensate for that is we could move our batteries to the front and have them accessible like from above these side thrusters, or position these down thrusters in a different spot. And then we could saddle our cargo and our tank side by side in the back, and that'll buy us some room to just kind of scooch everything forward to keep that form factor, because I really like that form factor. I wonder how long. Let's test something else. I'm curious to know how long this boost will last for, because I think that was the smallest tank I have on. I don't think there's a smaller one. Yeah, they just get bigger. So let's delete our O2 generator, because the thing, if we do the boost mechanic, I don't want there to be like just infinite, like I don't want there to be enough hydrogen to run the whole race. Okay, so it's at It's at full right now, so it's 8,000 out of 8,000. Let's just thrust for a few seconds. Get it to like top speed. All right, got the top speed. How much fuel did that use? It's still at 100%. See, I don't love that. That's almost like too much. All right, what are we at now? 100%. Does it not go down on creative mode? I know that you have to fill it up. It doesn't start full. But does it not lose any when you're in creative? Still at 100%. I think it might not lose any. Well, we already have debug mode on, so let's just go to survival real quick. And let's turn off creative global. Now let's get up to max speed. All right, tank. There we go. Okay, so it used... It's losing a little bit now just because I'm at an angle here. Let me level off so it's not being used at all. My level? I can't wait till we have a... whatever you call it that tells you if you're level or not. Need some, like... flight visuals. So that used, just to get to top speed, used almost 100. So you would have 80 boosts at your disposal if we use boosts. That's kind of a lot. I think that people would use the boosts faster if there was like a relative top speed. Yeah, so that was the other thing I was thinking about. Yeah, cheats is having a cap on the hydrogen. If there's a really small liquid canister and water's added, you could do like a scoop mechanic where you can drop and refill for a boost. Yeah. Yeah, because it will be kind of hard to max out a hydrogen tank. I think the way you'd have to do the max fill for like pre-race to set up, because it's going to be really hard to get everybody to have like the exact same boost. Is when event controllers come out, an event controller could be set to like fill tanks until the tank gets to, you know, like 10% full or whatever, and then it turns off. And it still might not be exact for everybody, but I think right now this is way too much. You have way too much boost. I think it would, at that point, everybody would just have boost all the time, so it would be kind of defeat the purpose. Like even flying back here, what are we at? Yeah, 97%. So that whole just putzing around, we only use 3%. Yeah, because I think oh hey, Engineer Coffee, welcome in. Engineered Coffee, I think he also does some streaming. I think with the boost, like if that's how little is used, I would like it. You'd have to only fill the tanks up to like 5% to make it like a meaningful mechanic. Otherwise, like we just have boost all the time. So I'm glad we tested that. I think initially for this build, I think I might design it without the boost, even though it's captivating in this scenario and it does work. Plus, it just doesn't look. It kind of takes away from the other ones a little bit. I wish that. I mean, we could use a smaller thruster or something too. I don't know. Well, that's why that's you know, it's obviously one of the goals we're doing on the stream is to figure out what are our race rules exactly. So we'll have to. I don't think we can do hydrogen tanks until we know we have an event controller block that can limit how far we're fueling up. Oh, creative mode's not on. So we'll get rid of that for now. But it's definitely oh shoot, definitely a fun thing to test. Okay, so I don't need that. Our back's getting a little longer than we wanted to. The batteries can be a little taller just because we're gonna have to build around the cockpit a little bit here. Like there's gonna be, it's roughly gonna be, so we got our roof line. Our symmetry back on, even though these are just temporary blocks. Is that bizarrely low? It's pretty low. Yeah, it feels... Oh, I can't see my pilot because I'm connected to this other grid. Let's just go back to our spectator camera. Yeah, it feels a little low. I think we'll go one higher here. But that feels too high. Oops, let me actually get more. Get a few more on there. All right, let's see what that looks like internally. Yeah, it feels more natural. Feels like a more natural roof line. I think too we'll have a little bit, we'll have some blocks that sort of are just up at the top of it on the side to sort of form a window shape, but then it'll scale it, it'll transition up into the roof. But yeah, so if that's our height, we can kind of shift everything up to match this grade, because we know that the control seats are going to have to sit on this. So we can move all of this stuff up a little ways. So we're just going to go ahead and just copy this whole configuration. What I wish we had was a way to cut using that tool. Like you can't delete using the partial selection. You can only copy, and being able to like cut would be a good way to delete things out of a block. Let's see, lost my sauce here. Where am I at? Here, make sure I'm centered. Grab this in a weird spot. Let me drop this here real quick. Then I'll cut it from this one, because with the block you cut from is the block it pastes with, so you get more control if you are selecting the right block to paste. Makes it way easier. Let's see. Okay, how's our height? It's just coming out the bottom there. Side one's probably... I think I can go down one more. It would look... Nah, we'll keep it here, because I'll probably want to greeble up into this thruster a little bit. I think it's going to be fattest probably where the cockpit is, and then if I can scale back a little bit, that'd be ideal. You requested a feature, a cut feature at one time. Yeah, I think there's already definitely a feature request for it. I don't remember if it was yours, or I don't know if I created one. I know there was one somewhere, and it had like no views, which it had like 7 votes last time I saw. I was like, how does nobody else want the cut feature? That's like, it would just be so, it just make creative mode even more powerful. Because sometimes, like, this was a pretty simple one, but sometimes I like design like a full, like, you know, like thrust array or something like that, and I'm like, ah, crap, I just want to move like the whole thing over like one, or like even the front of the thing, like maybe you want to add like 2, like another row of blocks to like push the front out one more. You have to like copy the front, and then you have to like come through and like manually delete all of these blocks. I mean, you can like, you know, right click and shift and hold and drag down, then you like got to get rid of the front and then paste the other one back in. If you could just cut, it would just make it so much easier. Or you just maybe don't want something inside the ship. Like I'm building, I have a pretty big frigate I was working on. I kept messing with the interior, and it took forever if I needed to like move things over a couple pixels. It was less than ideal. Okay, so I do think that, oh, we're missing our back thrusters. I do think that we are missing our back thrusters. Think about this. So we want to have, where would be another spot for batteries? Oh, we could put them. Will one fit here? Batteries. If I move everything back one, it will. Could slide in there. We need 3 though, but I could fit one above as well. We'll have to agree about the side. Did that connect our roof? No, we don't need our... I don't necessarily need our roof right now, though. We'll take this off. That was just for looking anyway. Okay, so let's delete these control seats for a second. Oh, I disconnected the back. Ah, jeez. I usually run more safety blocks for this exact purpose. I keep forgetting to use my safety blocks. What was the height? Oh, no. Oh, gosh. That was the height. Nailed it the first try. Nice. All right, so we want some batteries. Ah. Put them here. Those are easily swappable. They're kind of ground level. And then we need to place a... oh, we can get rid of these. And we need to place a third battery, but we do have the cargo container there. We could potentially have it in the front here. However, as with the thruster height, the top and the bottom of this thruster is going to be the height of the front, so it doesn't leave us much room. But of course, these thrusters don't have to be on the edge. These thrusters could be in the middle here. So I could have the batteries in the front here as well. And that would also, if I have the batteries in the front, it would mean that this cockpit area doesn't have to be stuck back as far. So let's two things. Let's add another safety block here, because I will probably break everything again. Let's connect this to the base. And then let's connect this here as a safety. We'll go between these blocks in case I delete one of them. And then this is connected at the front here. Okay, should be... just do one more here for safe measure. So let's get rid of these just to see. And then let's go back to our battery. They also have interesting greeble on top, so if the batteries are exposed from the top, they would look kind of cool. Technically, we don't need this panel here. Those gyros are now floating. It's okay. We don't need these gyros here yet either. Just positioning everything. So if this has to be the height of the thruster, go about here. Actually, I think they should be one higher because I don't want them scraping or anything. And actually, just so they're not too wide, because I think that's probably a little too wide. Although in our inspiration here, most of the sides usually pretty straight. Everything's pretty straight along the sides. Doesn't usually... I mean, here we have some flaring out there. This is obviously its own thing. So I guess it's okay if they're jutted out a little bit. Okay, so we have those there. We have this central area. Let's just add these blocks here just to hold this on. So we're going to lose grip again. We could use this area for our vertical thrusters. Like so. Heck. Why can't I place these? It's weird. We can come back with these. How many did I have before? I had 10. Could fill in there as well. Alright, let's do this. And 10. I think maybe this warrants extending the front of the ship out a little bit, because we're also going to need to get... how many gyros did we have? We had just 4 gyros. What did this feel like? Could probably use 6 or 7 gyros to really feel like a racer, because in these canyons, the canyon's pretty narrow, and you need to be able to gyro really fast. The canyon is super narrow. Just to recap, since some of you guys weren't here at the beginning, the canyon is not super wide, and it's very deep. So if you can't gyro fast, forget about it. Like, I was flying the mission runner through here, and it could get through, but you definitely couldn't, like, you couldn't really give it to her, because it would become a million pieces pretty quick. I think I do like the thrusters, though, not being all kind of in one spot, because this part will be exposed. So we'll have sort of like armor that's kind of running along here in the end. So we're just keeping that in mind. Like, this is sort of like our hood, right? So I don't really love it being kind of all in the center like that. I think it looks cooler, and you can do more greebling if you don't just have a hole of thrusters. So if they're spread out a little, it makes it a little better. And that begs the question of if this is the right spot for the batteries. So what we're going to do is extend the front a little bit. See, sort of get our proportions down. I think that length is okay, and that sort of brings us in line more with sort of the scale we're looking at here in this, the reference imagery here. Like, if that's the front, it's just for funsies. Just for funsies. Let's just pretend. Let's get rid of this. And move it here. Oh boy, it's the potato raid. We got raided. That means Ayer's stream just ended. If you're wondering where this raid came from, I will put a link here. I put this command on my thing just for this. Boom. I put that on there just for you, my man. Potato raid. Welcome, potato raid, potato gang. We are building a canyon racer. We're building it more from scratch. Typically on my past streams, I've started building more in the final phases, but here I'm sort of showing more kind of how I start out and stuff. So this is sort of the proof of concept we have going here, and the goal is to race it through this little canyon here. Hash browns. Man, getting potato bombed. I gotta set up a potato currency here so you guys can use your currency here. I know they're separate, but I'm just being silly. Yeah, so this is a little canyon we want to, like, eventually race through. We're in the high end of the canyon here, obviously, but it gets freaking tight down here. So we need to be, like, fast and squirrely enough to be able to, like, navigate through all this. Yeah, I don't have the redeem stuff yet. I got to figure that out. That's all the Streamlabs stuff. I used to actually have Streamlabs on a separate on my music channel. I used Streamlabs for a while. I gotta set that back up again on this one. I've been getting into live stream on this channel at a more rapid pace than I initially anticipated. So it's I gotta get on my potato gang game. Orth Rev's got the goose thing going on. The honks, a pot racer. Yeah, kind of is. This is sort of like the Tatooine canyon scene, isn't it, with the pod racing? Oh, we lost a piece of safety here. Where did that end up going? What else did we lose? So we're trying to get the form factor down now, which is why this looks so janky. I appreciate everybody coming in over from Ayer. I think Ayer is how it was. I went and looked it up, the Icelandic pronunciation, like you said, and it seems like Ayer is a year, something like that. Potato, tomato. Okay, we have absolutely janktified this thing up. Okay, so if this is the length it's going to be, we can walk it back in now. So let's walk it back in. So let's just sort of erase what we were doing here. Canyon race was intense. How did that go? Well, I didn't actually do like an actual race yet. What do you, there will be canyon races. I actually want to like make a world where like this canyon has like a lid on top of it and stuff like that. And add in some like obstacles and whatnot. I feel like I'm at a point where I have to take this thing off the platform now to work on it, because I have absolutely janked this thing up from where we were before from previous versions. Like I probably could just take this version here and walk it back in a little bit, because I have goofed this thing up big time. Oh, you did one in the SE1 community. Nice. Yeah, canyon racing in now that we have in this game, it's gonna look so sick. I'm hyped for everything multiplayer and that we're gonna be doing in this game. It's gonna be so sweet. So there's only a few choices. Would be nice with more colors and using workshop. Yeah, they will eventually. I mean, it's sort of the next logical thing. I mean, they already changed the color wheel in like survival. Like when you're in survival, it's different orientation of the color wheel. So they're already like messing with it, changing it. I'm not sure why. They just haven't let us change the color, like just set custom colors. I don't like. It doesn't seem like that's that complicated of a thing to permit. But I don't know. I'm not a developer, so what do I know? We're gonna add some safety blocks here so we don't break, because we're gonna take this off. And I'm gonna take this off. Is this attached? It's not attached. That's not attached to anything now. Yep, there it fell. Crap. Oh man, I just am destroying this thing. So we know we needed 10 thrusters, and we didn't want them all next to each other. By the way, to those of you coming over that don't know who I am, I'm Diggrok. I like to build stuff. I built various things. You've probably seen me if you've looked at the workshop, because... Oh, is it going to load? What's going on? Why is it not loading? Sick. The heck? Browse workshop. Thinking. Well, I was going to show you past stuff. The most recent thing was this mission runner, which actually got ranked to #1 in the workshop pretty much fast. I didn't think it would get to #1. This was the last build we did. This is sort of like a new starting ship, and it's designed. It has four of these like medium cargo containers, 2 of these smaller ones, a bunch of fuel tanks, and it's designed to really quickly be able to go and run missions and stuff. It's a fun little ship. Just lets you smash through contracts and stuff like that. Yeah, I've been hogging the #1 spot. Before this was #1, my server rack was #1. The Talon was #1 for a while. Now that one's #4. There's a pretty cool ship in the #3 spot, which is encroaching on my game. But it's been fun to be up there. I think it's because the game only supports an 8-color palette wheel at the moment. If you go dig in the mod SDK, you can make your own palettes. Yeah, I just don't know why we can't. Like in the first game, you could just change the color of the slots, like because the first one only held so many. So I don't know why we just can't customize it. Like it's just an RGB slider. Like it doesn't seem that complicated to throw into the game, but they'll have it eventually, no doubt. Loading the spinning beach ball. All right, so we wanted 10 thrusters. We don't want them all totally in the middle. So 10 was good, and then we were finding spots for our batteries. So making you see so many ships already in the workshop. I could never build something like that. You can eventually. You'll get there. You just got to keep practicing at it. I like to get into like greebling quite a bit. Right now we're just sort of running with structure, but I like to get into like really fancy details and stuff like that. So like this is the first one I did was this guy. This is the first ship I put together. And this one was the first one I built on the unified grid system, and it took a lot of time. This one was like 20 hours or something like that. The faster one was the server rack. This one probably only took like an hour or 2 to put together. The escape pod had a fair amount of iteration to it and stuff like that. It comes with like a tube and stuff like that. This one I actually have to update to all the new blocks and stuff in SE2. Like this one, it's functional, but it has like a big reactor in the back. We didn't have batteries. We only had these big windows. Now we have small windows. So this one I'm actually going to do a redesign on as well to make it more up to date. Plus we have like gearboxes and stuff like that too. So there's some cool ways we can make that one interesting, more interesting, I should say. So batteries. So we want these to be swappable manually. Yes, it definitely does take time and patience. It's also worthwhile, like this build, we're working with this mood board, so finding like some good inspiration of sort of like what you want. Like I would say this was like the original impetus. This is I think Eric is this guy's first name. Eric Sebring. He's a concept artist. He's got some great stuff. But like finding sort of like the mood board of sort of like the shapes and things you're looking for really helps going in. I also often like do sketches of things. So like I've got like had like a sort of a cargo ship kind of sketched out for a while that I got to put together with some ideas for mods. I even like sketch together, like you can't see this well at all, but I like to sketch together different like mechanical things and stuff like that to try to experiment with different ways to make different things work. We need room for another battery here. So yeah, having like an idea going in often will net better results than just sort of like just kind of blindly going in for it. That said, like when I built like the Talon, I did have sort of like a general idea of what I wanted to do, but that mostly came because I was like messing with like how to make cockpits, and I still think that this is probably the coolest combination of blocks you can put together in the game. Is take this guy, this, and then you come back here, flip them back like this. This is how I started on that Talon. Was I was just putting together. Let's see, I need this one. Oops, how's this connect here? Like that. There we go. Come on, connect. Like that's those 4 blocks. I mean, I'm sure you just see this and the ideas are already racing for different ways to make cockpits out of this. I think these are the 4 coolest blocks you could put together if you just had to work with 4 blocks. It's pretty sweet. And then everything else kind of took shape from there. But I kind of already knew I was making a racer, and I like to have the like I liked having the like sort of like the dual pod things. Like there's a lot of this is a very common like spaceship thing to have these like little pod things coming out. So I wanted to build something with that and stuff, and just get practice with the unified grid system. Oops, put my batteries in backwards because you're not gonna be able to change those power cells. So this runner will not have any try using smaller windows. The smaller windows don't have those transitions for the smaller windows, unfortunately. There's a lot of smaller windows that don't exist yet, and there was no smaller windows that existed at the time when I built the Talon. It was only those big ones. But yeah, so this build will not have a connector on it, so like it needs to be sort of like manually swapped out. So you'll run up to these power cells and swap these out manually, and there's a cargo container because it's like a smuggler, so there'll be some cargo in there that you'll have to pull out manually. This fell down. Why did that one fall down? This one didn't. Oh, because that one's got the safety and this one doesn't. I must have took something off important. Shoot skis. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and just so we're even here, even Steven. You have a folder of robot pictures. Yeah, I have a whole Pinterest board with like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, there's a few different categories, and each category's got like hundreds of images in it. Pinterest is sweet for things like that, I will say. Let's see, let's put this back on here. Let me make sure this is even here. So we'll delete that just to make sure we don't put it back on Cricut. Sneaky Zebra also makes some pretty cool builds. I like a lot of Sneaky Zebra's build. I think I have some here downloaded. Yeah, here's one. It's got this like big ship here. Sneaky, do you have a YouTube account? Do you have a channel? I also really like Sneaky's got this really cool miner I like. This is super cool. This is like a super rad little miner. Very cool design. You should do the skiff from Star Wars outside of Jabba's palace once we get wood textures. Yeah, is that the one they like battle on at one point? Is that like where they take them out to like the Sarlacc pit or whatever it is? This safety's not connected, so let's just delete it. Okay, so now that leaves our front a little bigger. Oh, we don't have our rear thrusters again. How do I keep losing those? Let's do this here, and let's add a safety here. I say safeties, I just like to have blocks connecting to the ground, just so if I delete stuff, it doesn't fall apart. Just for this initial wireframing. Once I'm done like kind of wireframing it, I take it off this and I actually just put it in the air and design it in the air. But I find that this is really useful to do stuff like this, just so you can like take off the thrusters and the thing doesn't go flying off. Like if you have something like this where it's like angled slightly off, if I delete these rear thrusters, it'll just like go skidding backwards. Okay, so right now our widest element is going to be the side thrusters, which is okay because we actually have to widen this cockpit, especially since we have the two side-by-side seats in there. Which maybe the side-by-side seats isn't the best option. Let's just see real quick what it looks like without it. What if we just go one? But I think that side-by-side is always interesting in case you need a buddy around. But the one would let us be narrower because I could bring the sides in. I could move these vertical thrusters side by side, put them in front of the rear thrusters, and then pull these side ones in. I still have to figure out a cargo spot though, or potentially I could offset this seat and we could put in our cargo container over here, which means we wouldn't need this one, which means the rear thrust could come forward, and that would actually be kind of an interesting story. So because again, I'm just kind of thinking the lore of this thing, because I like to have like lore, right? So if this is a race, the reason this racer exists is because it's a smuggler, then basically this cargo seat was kind of swapped out for like the extra seats. You could have a second seat still, you just swap it out for the cargo, like you may, like it's just sort of a variation, right? So you could still have sort of the full cockpit, kind of like this. It's just that the side of it is just kind of a basically just used as a cargo. Otherwise, because when it's back here, it's really messy. It's pushing everything back. And one of the things I liked about these design images is that the cockpit was like, here it's in the back, here it's in the back, there it's in the back. This one, it's sort of in the middle, but kind of skewed back. I do like that it's more skewed to the back. So if I don't have that there, it really buys me some room. And I don't think functionally for the races, like I have some race ideas that will like be useful to have a second person. Like there'll be various like scouting things and like navigation things where having that second person in your seat will be sort of part of the mission. But it doesn't necessarily need to be for this one. I'm just kind of flying around to see if there's somewhere else I could put a cargo container. Like I could add it to... Let's add another safety wall here. Safety first. I could get rid of some of these batteries. I need at least 3 batteries to run this build. We know that. So I could put it here. And then I could just slide everything forward a little bit more because we still have a little bit of room to spare. Yeah, I think that would probably be good. Plus then it kind of keeps all of the cargo stuff in the same thing. Hey, you've got to eat. Good luck on the rest of the stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate you potato rating me. Well, maybe we'll figure out a time and I'll do an earlier stream and I'll return their favor back to you. We have pretty similar size audiences and we kind of have similar vibes in a way. So I feel like everybody that watches your stream and that watches my stream would jive. Let me drop your channel link again. Here you go. Boom. There's his channel, everybody. He streams regularly. I'm trying to figure out a stream schedule. I had a bunch of time things that were coming up that were messing around with my timeline a little bit, but now things are steadying out, so I can actually set up a stream schedule and stuff, maybe more consistently. But a year streams pretty regularly, so he's fun to tune and listen to. He's a maniac though. If you can believe this, does building like this in survival mode, which I have respect for. I cannot do that. I do not have the patience for it. So I've mad respect that you have the patience to sit there and welding and grinding everything just to make a mistake and have to do it again. I'd make way too many changes to to do that. So I admire the resiliency. But he's got some cool bases and stuff working on. He was interior decorating today. Okay, we can get rid of this. Is this safe to delete? Do we have our... Yep, we got a safety buffer set up. Okay, so that's gone in the back, which means we can move those rear thrusters up, which gets us more to the form factor we're looking for. That's the fun part, building like that in survival, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these all ultimately get built in survival. Like, I had a stream where I welded this thing up in survival, and I had designed this specifically because, in a way where, because right now in survival, I think one of the things that's most annoying about welding in survival right now is it only welds like the block you're looking at. It can't weld like behind stuff. Like, there's no area welding yet, but they're going to bring it in. And there's no like block welders. So like you have to like hit each block, and it's really finicky with welding sometimes. I didn't really see it happening too much on a year stream, but when I welded this when I was streaming, like I couldn't, like, there's bugs where like when things are partially welded, like they're not like interactable anymore. You have to find like the exact little pixel where you can like actually build on it. So like it makes it, and grinding is really hard also. It's like really buggy. So it's very difficult to do stuff like that in survival right now. But once they have like functional blocks for like the welders, that will also help make it way easier. So definitely can't wait for that to be added. All right, so if we have this here, this can be here like that. Now we're kind of getting more to the form factor of our inspo. Oops. Delete these safeties. Plan was gonna do that, but kind of use full blocks, which eats iron like dinner. Yeah, yeah, they sure do. Try building mechs in survival, man. Well, once they have mechanical blocks, I'm sure there's going to be some mechs popping up in survival. That's although you also need the toolbar to work to make mechs work, right? I've never tried to build a mech. I'm probably never going to try to build a mech, because that's just a little too. I don't know. Mech builds are super cool, and I appreciate those people that make it, but mad respect, because that's not a super easy thing to do. So we need to figure out a spot for our third battery, and then we're just gonna add in our gyros, and then we can start actually making the final form. Dread is the mech master. I know Dread's working on. Ayer was talking in his stream about Dread's suit, and I went and looked in Ayer's Discord, and I did see the suit images, and they were pretty wild. It's got like I don't even know how to describe it, like a cyberpunk discotheque thing going on. Like blues and purples and stuff. You'll be the first one building them. Yeah. Hey, it's people love them. I'm sure I know Zoc, who is one of the community managers for Keen. I don't know that I've seen him do like SE2 community build things or not on his channel, but I know he does them for SE1, and I know mechs are a big part. I don't know if you've submitted mechs to that or not, but he's does a lot of, there's a lot of mechs I see on his channel pop up. Let's connect this to here. Just actually, no, we need that room for the battery, so we're trying to get another battery in here. So let's get rid of those supports. We're so close to being able to actually start greebling this thing. All right, game player, need some energy for the Norway trip to mom under Christmas and New Year. All right, yeah, get some energy. Safe travels. I appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully it's not too big of a journey for you to get there. Norway is very far from me. All right, so there's our third battery. Got rid of 2 thrusters though, so we need to bring 2 thrusters back, which means we'll probably just bring the front forward more. I'm not worried about the front of the ship being too long, because we can we have to slope into this cockpit, and that's going to end up kind of in the middle of the ship. And I do like some of the like this one's got a really long nose, which I think looks pretty cool. So it sort of fits the vibe. This one's got a pretty long nose. It's just a matter if I want to put the battery over on the other side, so all the batteries are in one spot, so you can just like grab them and go really quick. But I think it's okay if there's a little asymmetry. You never hurt anybody. Probably will want to bring it all forward one though with these control seats here. Yeah, I kind of want to bring the whole thing forward. I'd say we need one more block for the thrusters. Actually, we need to bring it. Need to fit 2 blocks in there, and then maybe have another gap here. Actually, you know what we can do? Is this, where's this power cell? Is it on the outside? No, it's on the inside. So what we're gonna do is delete these. We're gonna have the power cell to the right, and then we're gonna flip. Make sure I'm not gonna break anything. Is everything connected here? Looks like it. I'm gonna put this battery here, and also have it on the right. It'll be lower though, it won't be high, but that's okay. And then we'll put this cargo container here. Small port out though. And then instead of having all these batteries move forward one, we can actually just sort of start greebling into our cockpit, sort of, you know. Oh, you can't weld onto that part of the battery. That's interesting. Huh. Then this can be sort of there. We just need to access that power cell. So I don't need to scoot the cockpit forward one. Not worried about air tightness because this is an atmospheric racer. It's not even going to have windows probably, so because there's no windows that let us get like cool slopes like this without having like a super large build. So we're going to be going for more of a vibe kind of like this, where it's sort of like kind of open in the front or something like that. Maybe we're able to fit a vertical window recessed under there, but I'm not planning on it. And there's not going to be a good way to enter it. So kind of coming to the window and entering it that way is going to be sort of how you get in and out of this thing. Okay. So let's see. So we had this thruster was going to be the top. This was sort of going to be the highest it goes. So that's going to be visible, which means all this is going to be visible. Because these blocks won't be there, because those blocks get a little too in the way for our field of view. So endless conundrums in the Greeble world. I think we'll let it lie for now and just sort of see how it ends up looking when we're Greebling. I think if anything, I'll just cover these ones up, just so it's not too much of the same thing, and just leave these 2 exposed. That should create an interesting Greeble asymmetry, but we won't know until we get there. Otherwise, what I need to add in is gyros, which I sort of ate a lot of my space. So I need to move this. I needed to get 2 more thrusters on also. So let's go ahead and copy all this. And we're going to get this out of here. Let's do that. Let's delete it. And we needed to add enough for 2 more thrusters. So we're going to come forward 1, 2. Then we're going to paste. Oh, that wasn't attached to anything. Oh, neither is that. Okay. Huzzah. We've destroyed our build again. Yeah, because you can't see. I don't know why that all. I guess whatever. 1, 2. And then we're going to paste this guy back in. Let's see. Putting this down right. Which side was the bottom? This side was the bottom. And then we'll walk this in. Okay, that should be attached. Okay, now we can have the thrusters. Man, we're so close to being able to get in the Greeble zone. Structure's almost there. It's almost there. Okay, there's 10 there. Got those 10 thrusters back. These couldn't place. Let's get rid of these. Might end up moving them down 1, we'll see. And then we just need... We had 4 gyros, but I think we decided... There's 4 here, but I think at least 6, especially once we have armor on and everything, is going to be what's necessary. And it looks like, actually, this will turn out somewhat serendipitous. Oh yeah, landing gear. I was going to add a... we do need to figure out where to put a piece of landing gear. It'll be flush with the bottom. I like to have landing gear flush. You can kind of see with this mission runner, I'll show you. I sort of like to do landing gear. I like to put it in blocks, recess it, and then have it flush like this. So that way you like can just land sort of flat in the bottom of your ship. Like here, it just looks like these little like landing pods, but they do have the ability to lock because even though we're not going to have the racer dock to anything, sometimes it's nice to at least be able to lock it onto something. And since it is a smuggler, there's probably scenarios where you're evading a patrol and you may be like, especially since it's a canyon racer, you're evading a patrol and maybe you find like a cool like overhang or something like that. So you like flip upside down and lock onto that, or lock onto a wall somewhere to kind of power down and stay hidden. Definitely all kinds of options. Okay, so the only thing now is with these thrusters here, there's kind of just a lot of wasted space here. Maybe there's a secret, just for fun, what we could do, since it's again a smuggling vehicle. We could actually have like something like a little vent here covering it, and then inside of there is like a little like crate that's hidden or something like that maybe you smuggle stuff into or something like that. You can kind of go crazy with the story. We could potentially also add, if we felt like we were really maxing out on power, we could add we could add like a battery row here. Just swap out a bunch of cells. You know, something I noticed is so the power cells are the big ones and the power cells are small and power modules are big. I was curious if these can actually be interchangeable. Like if that's just a text typo or if that's actually, but they look different. So take the both. Let's drop the power module. I put a power cell. No suitable power module for this action. So you can't. I guess if I put them on the ground. Oh, okay, they are very different sizes. I didn't realize the power module was like that big when it's laying on the ground. The hole is the same size. I guess maybe the idea is they like spring out or something like that. I thought they were flatter, but I guess it makes sense that they are bigger, because it would be kind of bizarre if just like a small little plate was able to like charge the whole battery. Like what's the point of the rest of the battery? So all right, take that, goes back in. Learned something. All right, let's go back to our gyros. Let's see. Gyros themselves do kind of have some interesting greebling sides that can show. Like this cool on this left side here, you kind of get this little like venting. It looks kind of cool. Plus you get the contrast of the black going through there, adds some interesting little sub detail. This one's interesting because it just spins. Obviously you have the greeble of the gyroscope itself, but sometimes I think these sides are actually sometimes a little more interesting. This side in particular, I like to have the venting and stuff like that. I think it's pretty cool. The gyros we can stick in here, though, they're going to be hard to weld, though, in survival with the current welding mechanics. Is my only concern with that. Could stick some in between here, too. You're not really going to be able to see much into the cockpit, per se. So where's our cool side? There it is. So we could stick some in here. Then they're just out of the way entirely. Are these cockpits not centered? They don't feel centered. They're not centered. Because we were messing around with potentially not having a cockpit, or second cockpit. Second control seat, excuse me. Let's go here and then here. Kind of makes some cockpit greeble too. Let's actually go a little closer to the oh no, we can't go closer. Dang, I wish we could get tight up against the cockpits. It's okay. So we want the side, have the venting exposed, and then the top have the venting maybe up. Just a variety. Plus then you can see it when you're flying. There's just some stuff happening in here. But we need a couple more. I think I'll just throw them. I'll just throw them in here. Just sort of lean into some of our asymmetry. We'll put them kind of offset just for fun. Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, you can't. So the gyroscopes, you can't weld onto the face where the actual gyroscope is at, which is sort of a bummer sometimes. I don't really necessarily want these exposed like this, but let's get the venting up. Oh, but then that puts the, that's okay. I don't think the front will be exposed. So here we'll do the venting down. So you see on the bottom, we're going to cover those fronts. Okay. So now we have, I think, everything in place. So what this means is two things. First of all, let's test fly it and make sure it's good. And if that's the case, we can actually start getting into the final form. And let me know if you find like this type of building, because in the past stream, it was way far. Like I was already past this yellow wireframe stage. I was just kind of doing final greebling. But if you find this to be useful to see sort of this part of the process, let me know, and I can do a lot more streams like this. Sometimes when I'm building, I'm like, man, I'm like building it, but I was like, I might as well just be streaming this because I'm sure somebody will find this useful. Okay, so it's pretty quick. Pretty quick. I'm not going to say it's the fastest, but it's reasonably quick for not having just, you know, I mean, you could just slap 100 thrusters on something. It's just not as interesting. It's got good up thrust, which is good. Gonna need that to escape. Gyro's not too bad. We'll see how it does when there's more weight, but those little gyros, you can really fit those things in anywhere. I mean, you just literally delete an armor block and you can throw some gyros in. Power's at about 68%, so we're good on power. Don't know how fast it burns through power. We'll find that out. We can actually do a test of that right now. Let's go ahead and go on to, let's turn creative off. Let me also do one thing. Let me name this thing. Canyon Racer for now, because when you first save a blueprint, if you don't name it anything, it appears in your blueprint files as like grid 23 or whatever. Then it's hard to find out what it is later. So at least name it something so you like know it in the files. So we're gonna come to that. Let's just initially blueprint this. Oops. Canyon Racer. Give it a full designation later. Do a quick save. Then we'll go really on a little harder run just in case we make a boo-boo. In case we make a boo-boo. Oh boy. It does drift a little bit. So already burnt 1% of power. 2% of power. Let me turn off dampeners because I usually don't fly with dampeners on. Waste a lot of power flying with dampeners. Only lost 2% so far. So I think it'll last long enough for a race. Yeah, the vertical thrust stops you in time. That's good. Cool. I'm not getting too crazy getting in the valley yet because I don't want to explode this thing. But it is worthwhile knowing if it can take these corners. Actually, having the offset cockpit is sort of a disadvantage flying through the canyons like this. This is why it's good to have good vertical thrust, because you can do stuff like this where you turn the whole ship sideways and then you can use it to help you take corners. This actually exceeds expectations, to be honest. I'm not giving it all it's got, but I didn't think it'd be able to fly this well through the canyons, so this is going to be a sweet little thing. I think I just could use a little bit more gyro so we can rotate like that better. That's pretty sweet, though. Not a bad start. So we will park this here, and this will be a version, and then we'll duplicate it and actually start styling this thing, keeping in mind that maybe we could add, so at least 4% battery. That does not suck, honestly. Let's go ahead and turn survival mode or creative mode back on. That's not too bad. So I think the battery situation's fine. The thruster situation seems fine. Cool. Let's land that there. Let's power that down. Actually, we'll power it on because we're about to copy it. And then we'll put it here. We're just going to let it float while we do this next phase. Oh, didn't have the dampeners on. Just confirm my survivals. Yeah, creative's on. Sick. Let me just check something real quick. All right. Sorry, I was checking something on the stream for a second. Not really dropping any frames today, which is good. It's sort of dialed in the settings. Once I get better internet, I'll switch to 1440p, but I'm kind of waiting on fiber to come around, so I have to, otherwise I'm stuck on 1080. How many gyros is too many gyros? Let's find that out first. Let's add 6 more. Let's double it. So now we're at 12 gyros. Ooh, that's quite a bit. That's pretty snappy. The roll feels really good. And it stops the roll, more importantly. 12 might be too much, but we haven't added armor yet. And once you start adding armor, these things change drastically. So we need to find room for more, and we know that we need 12. So we'll do that during the greeble phase. We'll just know that we have to add 12 gyroscopes somewhere. Or 6 more, rather. All right, let's get rid of these. All right. It begins. So now we really want to make this thing take shape. So we need, let's get rid of some of this excess greeble we have up front. This is actually holding on the engine. Okay, so here's interesting structurally. We'll have to keep in mind that since we're not putting any more on the top or bottom of this thruster because we liked the height of that, at least not initially, the armor on the sides is what is going to hold this thing in place. So now that we're kind of at this point, let me delete some things here. I think I can delete this without. Let me copy this in case I break something. Just to have it in the clipboard. Because these should be attached. Oops, what's happening? Oh, I gotta redo my symmetry. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of that. I'm just getting it to a point where I can get rid of some of these, like, these safety blocks. Just so I can paint the whole grid white. Because I'll still need to add some safety blocks because we'll be working on some sections that will end up disconnecting. So we don't want to disconnect those. Okay, so now I can come here, paint the whole thing white. I just like to start with everything white initially. I'm going to just come back through and just paint blocks that are not necessarily there as final blocks, but just things that are holding the grid together. This is like really a huge tip I would recommend is just having these like yellow blocks just to kind of things that you know that you cannot delete those until you are farther along in the process and that aren't necessarily going to be part of the final build. They're just there temporarily while you're kind of constructing everything. Like in this instance here, like I need to make sure this thruster doesn't fall off, so I'm going to put those there, but those are not there permanently. It's just so I know that that's if I delete that, it's going to make things like fall apart on the ship. And then once I'm ready, come back through and remove that block. Okay, so because there's not going to be greeble on top or bottom, this thruster is going to be entirely held on from this side element here, and that's something we can kind of lean into with our greeble, is that this is kind of going to be a main support. So we can sort of make it look like it's supporting. So kind of what I want to do is set my target. Where is the front of the ship going to end? So let's look at our, like here we have like a pretty straight sidewall on the whole side on a lot of these. This one's pretty straight all the way on the side. I think it looks pretty good. doesn't need to taper everywhere. So if we know that this port needs to be accessible, we can kind of like lean into this. This is going to mess with my symmetry a little bit because I can't weld onto these right now. Hang on, let me get this in a way. Let me set this up in a way where I can greeble and have things be connected. All these cockpits are kind of actually in the way. Created a challenge for myself. Anyway, let me just turn off symmetry for a second. I just want to see if I want to if I want to have a block out farther from these, or if the actual sides of these is how far out I want it to be. Yeah, we're going to have to... So ultimately, this will be the sidewall. That's the minimum width it has to be. So if we're coming from here and connecting to these batteries, and we can't weld to the front of the batteries, then anything that runs past here isn't going to be holding it. So really the only thing holding on to these batteries is what's on the sides. That's interesting. You just want to make sure as you're building that, like, that everything's like structurally supported still. So let's go ahead and let's add this block in here. Let's just fill this out to the edge there. So it's sort of the perimeter of our control seats. So to greeble that in here, we're going to have to take some pretty sharp angles. And the other situation is if it's too hard to greeble in, we can just pull our batteries out. Like, they don't have to be that narrow. We can widen the whole front, actually, entirely. Which structurally might be the better way to go, especially since these batteries, the faces you can't weld anything onto, but I think you can do the sides, and I think the backs are weldable also. Let's see. Yeah, so we can do the back side, just can't do the... Oops, where's the face? Put it down wrong. Yeah, so you can weld onto the back, you just can't weld onto the face. Obviously, you can have blocks spanning across from it. It's just there's not an attachable point. And this cargo here needs to be accessible. I mean, there's a chance that I could... I know I wasn't going to have it connect to anything. I could still have a connector here and just have that be how you access the cargo container. And then in the event that you do want to actually dock it to something, at least there like is a built-in option for it, because like maybe you do want to charge it. I don't plan on charging it. I just plan on swapping power cells. In any case, I think that these batteries have to come out one, because if in order to greeble out or to transition smoothly, let's go ahead and put these here, and being able to access that power cell, there's not going to be... I mean, there'll be like a little window maybe, but it's going to be on the bottom of the ship, so it's going to be somewhat visible. Yeah, I'm thinking the batteries have to come out just at least one. So let me make sure I don't break everything again. The left bone's connected to the right bone. The right bone's connected to the left bone. The left bone's connected to the other bone. And together, they're all bones. Okay, I don't think anything should break. Wait, it will. It will break. Don't delete it. Don't delete it. Don't delete it. Let's just run a safety bar across the bottom here. It's airborne, so if you delete it, you're really going to be in a world of a mess. Connect this up to here. Okay. Now I can delete things. In theory. I feel like my chat's like not loading or something. I feel like everybody was talking and now it's gone, y'all gone dark on me. I put you guys to sleep. What is going on? I think it's just playing. Here we go. Okay, so bring in the batteries back, make them white again. Actually won't do symmetry because I got to place them specifically so that way they're accessible. That was not the right height. Because I need the power cells to be down. Come on. Where's my... There it is. Oh, these ones got to be up. Oh, that's right. So these ones are up and the other one's down. Man. So that blocks that there. That's going to be an issue. Also, that's not... It is symmetrical. Maybe I come out two even farther. And maybe I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. Like, this form factor does work where it's narrower in the front. It doesn't have to, I don't have to stick to the guide of having sort of the front side. I just liked it initially, but as you get farther in, you're like, it's going to be just like wider for the sake of being wider. Like, if I wanted to have this go out even farther, let's get rid of these. Where's my power cell? Like, it could be that wide. I'm just trying to think what would be the use in the center. I mean, I guess I can make it shorter then, because if it's that wide, I can pull the thrusters back forward. Still need a cargo container. We could have the connector on it. Wasn't planning on it. But if I do the connector, I can slide it back one. But the cargo container is good greeble in and of itself as well. So if we do that and offset it, we lose a little bit of just greeble on the container itself, which looks kind of cool. Just what would we do with this excess space? Other than more smuggling room. I mean, it could just, the lore of it could be there's just like an empty spot that you just like hide somebody in. Like, I wonder if you get it wide enough, if you could hide an engineer in there. Get our battery there. Gyroscopes are fine there just for a second. Let's get my engineer on. Can we fit in there? It'd just be kind of funny if you could like smuggle a person. Does go in there. Does fit. Does fit. Interesting. I guess just how heavy with the lore are we trying to get? Otherwise, it's kind of just like empty space just for the sake of making a certain form factor. I mean, if nothing else, we get farther along, and we, once we're greebling, we might realize that it looks kind of silly. I mean, could also just sit sitting on the passenger side of his best friend's ride. Some seats in there. And the only reason we really need the batteries out is, and the cargo out, is just for the sake of accessing everything. It's really all it is. We just need to be able to swap power cells. And I guess to that extent, since the power cells are kind of an issue with being able to access them because you can't cover over them, are these the same height? Two of these high? No, they're 4 high and 6 wide. I was gonna say I could stack them also. Stack the power cells, that way they're accessible. I mean, the other opportunity we have here with making it wider as well is we could have 2 thrusters braking in the front. I mean, that would be... You could stop on a dime with 2 thrusters in the front. With the deceleration you have, you could like fly towards a wall and not even worry about it. Hit the brakes, which would make it kind of interesting. If nothing else, we'll put smaller thrusters in the front. At this point, it'll just be whatever looks good. We have the battery capacity to have these thrusters, this extra thrust, so we'll just see what looks good. But I think that's what we'll do with the extra width in the front, is add in a little extra go-go juice. And because it's wider, we also have the opportunity, actually, I'm thinking about it, to add more side thrust as well. Like we could get more go-go juice everywhere. There's definitely room for more side thrusters. So that way we don't just have like empty room for no reason. And we could even split up our horizontal thrust here. So instead of having it all in one row, we could put like a couple here, couple up front. We can go to town with it. Okay, I think the wider overall will serve a purpose of having a more function. So as long as it's not defeating function of being fast, because the wider it is, you have to have more agreeable, so the heavier it gets, and then heavier it gets, the more thrust you need, yada yada, then you're stuck in a spiral. All right, we'll add that there just for support. So this is how wide it's going to be. We can just stick some of these gyros now in the middle, again, to make sure that this empty space is not just random empty space, it's serving us a purpose. It's too bad there's not a gyroscope in between the 2.5 millimeter and the 5 millimeter. Like a 1 meter gyroscope would be a welcome addition, I would say. I don't think you'd hear anybody complain about that one. Let's see, can I weld to this? I can. So let's just weld in, just put in stacks here. Okay, there's our extra 6 gyroscopes we needed. Oh, but we might move these gyroscopes. Oops, those are yellow. We don't need them yellow. Plus, if we move up our vertical thrust into different areas, it also gives us the opportunity to recess our additional side thrusters if we want to add more side thrust, which I'm thinking is probably going to happen. So let's do 3 there. Let's see, what can I delete here without breaking everything? Yeah, I can delete this. Delete these. Okay, so it's still 10 thrusters. I think two patches of 3 on each side, so 12 total. I think that would be fine. And then we wanted to add in, if possible, which it is possible, some side thrust. So we want to add these in here. Then we have some more side thrust. All right. We have made ourselves more capable. Huzzah. Now we can have more batteries. Speaking of batteries, let's just make sure we're not at capacity here when we move around. 71%, 71%, 57. It's like 71's the high. Yeah, that extra side thrust is a very welcome addition. Okay, and the other element of empty space is it provides us opportunity to put our recessed landing gear as well. So we have these guys. And kind of stick them up in here and stick it down. We'll do that closer to the end, but we'll reserve some empty space just for that alone. So we have 9 gyros right now. I thought we had 6 more. Oh yeah, we have 4 back here, 6 there. So if I get rid of these, that leaves us 10 gyros. That's 10 gyros feel. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's pretty snappy, actually. Oh, baby. Yeah, wow. 10's fine. It'll get a little less snappy as we add more armor, but 10 gyros is fine. I'm going to turn the music up too. Usually don't have music on, but something feels missing. This thing level. Okay. Form factor is shaping up. Through much trial and error. It's just temporary. So we're going to see how we can get, what we should do for our front array too. I really like the front end of this ship is really cool. We're not going to be able to do this because we have way more thrust than that. That's really the best front end example I have. I don't really have front ends on anything. This obviously is just grading. It's not going to do us any good. But that's all right. We're just going to do what we can do. The other option to another large thruster was just adding a few more smaller ones. So we could do, like, the top of this could be wider than the bottom of it, which could be interesting. So we could add in thrust kind of like that, and then ramp the armor up into these thrusters. We also need some lighting in the front. We'll need some spotlights. Which I have there. Nothing like a 700 PCU spotlight to really brighten up your build. So we have those. That's going to make us a little too wide. How wide is this? It's 6 wide. These extra 4 thrusters are 8 total. So actually we would be narrower and more functional if we just did 2 large thrusters. Let's mock that up. See what that looks like. Oop, that's backwards. I do kind of wish that, I mean, I don't, but I do. It would make sense that, like, having this front blocked would, like, not make it as useful. It's kind of strange you can block the intake of a thruster, but turbine thruster. What are you gonna do? All right, then we can have our little headlights here. They're almost too small. God, this spotlight is so big. This is just insane how big the large spotlight is. I think adding 2 in like that on each side will sort of keep our proportions decent. Was too far forward. What kind of greeble do we get exposed to their back one? And it shines on the side of the thruster. I don't like that. Okay, got some headlights. And we still have some mountable surface here, which is good because we still need to make sure these are mounted. These currently really aren't mounted to the ship at all. They're just they're only held on by that yellow bar. So I think I'll figure out how to connect to our batteries here. Oh, where'd our cargo container go? Oh, and I deleted the gyros. I deleted the cargo container. I had symmetry on. Gotta be careful about that when you're doing asymmetrical builds. Okay, let's just get this flush with this one. So we'll just put these blocks in here just to get flush so we have symmetry. And now we can figure out how to connect up our front here. And how narrow do we want to go? I think let's just draw a line here just to see. So that connects to the sides of those. Let's get in the cockpit real quick just to see the form factor. Yeah. I think this will be all right. We'll have a little bit of depth texture when we get to getting those side thrusters meshed into the build. We'll get a little bit of variety that way. But this is, you know, actually, I think this doesn't connect. I think that's not a, I'm pretty sure this is not a weldable point. Oh, it is a weldable point. Okay, sometimes the conveyors, I guess just the very front of the conveyors aren't weldable, but that's good. How are we feeling about this? Sort of giving it, I like to give everything kind of a once over before I get into fully greebling again, just see if maybe certain elements, like maybe like, you know, shifting a certain area up one would be cooler. I like having these back thrusters higher because we can add an interesting angle. Like if this is the bottom of the front, then as it gets back, it'll kind of angle up a little bit higher. That'll look pretty cool. Give it kind of a sporty look. Yeah. There's not going to be much tapering into the front, but that's okay because, again, our inspiration doesn't have much tapering. It's very much so kind of boxed in. Ignore the wheel wells. We might add a little flaring here and there where it makes sense. Maybe some scoops kind of coming into the cockpit here or something. Maybe just having some flaring just for the sake of having a bumper in case we have a little bit of contact. This is coming along. It doesn't even need a roof. This thing could just be a convertible. Get my engineer. It's kind of unintentionally. I mean, you can see the move we're working with, but without a roof or anything, it's sort of unintentionally taking form of the what's that like speeder on Tatooine that like Luke's bombing around in. It's kind of taken that form unintentionally, but once we get some greeble and some roofing, it won't probably look at all like that. But I think this is a general form factor. I think it's there. It feels good. It feels really good to fly around in. It feels sporty. What is smoking? Oh, it's just because I have that thing there. It's just thruster damage. Pretty sweet. All right. So I think what we'll do now, because I like to kind of save versions, is we'll park this here. Let's go ahead and turn off thrust. Off dampeners. And turn this puppy off. Let it sit here. And let that be a version. And then we will copy that version. We'll start a new one. I like to sort of do this. That way, if you like really realize you wish you kept an older version and went back, you have it as an option. It really doesn't cost you anything to do this. So do that. Just back up in the air. We didn't cause any damage doing that, did we? There's a kind of a weird damage bug in this game where if you damage something, it sort of spreads everywhere when you try to fix it. It's I don't know if they fixed it yet, but it's a pretty detrimental issue. Okay, so if need be, we can move this whole thing back one. There's sort of this spacer here, which isn't doing anybody any good. But having that gap later might be interesting to have that when we're greebling. Okay. So let's find a core center here to connect everything to. I think this will just be useful to have this as a general spot for our framing. Because there's nothing we have to add into here. We have the gyros. We're not doing our little manned hole that we were talking about. There's no reason for that. So let's see. I'm just trying to figure out if I can build a support without breaking anything. Let's just add this all the way back to here. Okay, that connects to that. And we can just go ahead and just paint this one white. Call those as part of the build now. Yeah, yep. Okay, we'll have to redo the floor in there eventually too. I just wanted to make sure that was connected to everything. So that runs through the center, sort of our spine. Those connect to those. So the spine's good. So I think I can take off this bar now. I'm nervous. I'm always nervous to initially remove a, let's just add maybe some, build off the spine here a little bit. Just initially some more connection. Okay, so now we'll get rid of all this. Just to there. Still got to keep it in the front because our front is not attached to anything. And we want to transition into our cockpit here. Let's see, there's a few ways. Here we sort of have sort of a center bar. We have the one of the reasons I want to do the two cockpits is to have like a crossbar like this. This one also has the crossbar, and this one kind of is sort of a more windowless vibe. So I'm going to try to do the long slope and see how that transitions to the roof line. But if not, we'll do a steeper slope like that. So I need quite a bit of room here. Need to probably come back to... Oh, it's going to kind of block his line of sight, though. Dang, maybe I should have thought this part a little farther through. Let's put one in the center. Let's do a slope here just to see what our line... I'm just curious what the line of sight is. I hate it when your like camera is slightly angled and it doesn't quite give you your normal rotation angles. I feel this will probably be pretty limiting on the field of view. Let's see, we need to go one more. Well, this will also tell us just how far back we need to start this slope from. Like that probably starts a little too close. Yeah, you lose a lot of line of sight with that. And that's just the first one. There has to technically be a second one. Maybe. Maybe not. So let's copy this. That's why I love this copy tool. It's going to copy some of the cockpit, which I don't want. So let's just go ahead and copy a little less. Let's do it in two waves here. So where can this, how far out can this go? That's like in the center of your line of sight. Have to kind of be on the edge, but the thing if it's on the edge is you can't really, I don't think we can transition out of this slope super well. Let's just extend this symmetry out a little bit, geometry out a little bit, and let's paste this post here. Come on. That to there. Okay, how's this line of sight? Really making the case for this to be a convertible. Looks a little bulky. We're going to version this again. We set a new version here. And we're going to make an alternate one that is more more direct. Use the detailing blocks. It'll be smaller posts, and it won't be as much of a grade. It'll be a little steeper, so hopefully you get some of your line of sight back. And then we can use this to maybe kind of taper down off the side a little bit. So if we're coming from the roof line, how far out should the roof line extend? Let's start with that. It might be a little too little visibility. I think that's a good amount there. Kind of going for like a car vibe more than anything, really. So as far as a car would be, okay. So how would this taper now? So we'd probably have this guy all the way across the top, and then our posts will be smaller. So just like this. Oh man, it just looks kind of dorky with that like steep angle. It just doesn't look as sleek. This is where I knew I was going to get into some troubles. This was the part I was looking forward to the least, was figuring out how to make this part work. We could lower the cockpits, the control seats down one, or else we could just add greebling on top of this. We could just not have the hood, so to speak, be so low. Let's do this. Let's get rid of those. But the reason I didn't like that initially was that also kind of gets in your line of sight a little bit. You just lose more line of sight, but it makes it look a little less stupid, I guess. Let's add these ones here too. I just don't love the 45-degree angle. Like, it looks more like a Lego build and less like a race build. I think this angle looks better. And we could even add in a little detail here. I'm not loving that. Let's go this guy. We could have a little bit of like a visor kind of thing, and even on this still yet, we could do what we did on the other one. Extend the hood out. I guess it just depends how many people are going to be flying in first person also. I mean, this definitely feels like it probably would feel like if you were in like a vehicle, right? You got the posts and stuff. Probably would, the cockpit would probably be a little farther forward, as if the whole thing should start a little back a little sooner, is the words I'm trying to say. But I think that this looks a little sleeker. It's just a little wide. Like, it's really making the case for a single cockpit in the center. We need smaller control seats. That's what we need. But that slope just feels better. I just really hate the 45-degree slope. I think from a visibility standpoint, like this probably looks internally, it kind of looks more like I don't know. It feels better on the inside, but it doesn't feel very good on the outside. Just looking back here at the references. This one's got the steeper one, but this was more just to save it as a way to open and close a cockpit. That one really, that image really could be dropped out of this board because we're not really relying on that one much. I don't know. What do you guys think? If anyone's there. We put them, I think I'm going to go with the more shallow grade. Above each other. Yeah, man, it just looks way better. Yeah. Yep. I just wish I could make them a little narrow. What I wish is that there was a single wide long slope. I hate that it has to be too wide. Because a single wide would fare better for field of view purposes internally. It just doesn't feel very windshield like. But we'll go with the longer slopes. Locking it in. Let's park this more out of the way. Get out of the way. Now I'm curious to see how well can we slope down the sides here of these things. Oops. This one's always felt a little out of order to me. Let's see. Need to go to this one here. This one here. No, it's not right. There we go. Don't want to go any farther than 2 wide off the side because now it's 4 wide. We already increased our width a little bit here doing this. Does make the center post look narrower though, and the outside ones are a little wider. that is for sure true. Let's see, how do we want to expose this window here? We want a little bit of a side window. We don't want to like just totally block off that view. Yeah, even that one blocks the view. Oh man, I wish there was a way to angle this and not totally mess with our view we have. Let's see what we have with these transition blocks here. See if there's a way I can get cheeky with this. And these transition blocks don't symmetry well, unfortunately. Some of the symmetry is still broken. Yeah, maybe this one. What does this one do for us? At least it gets us flat. So for flat, what happens? I gotta fix this one because this one's not gonna, yeah, that one didn't even mount. Let's see, so we gotta do this one. Okay, that gets us flat. So we can build a little flat spot here. Let's see if this is gonna be good enough for our field of view. At the side. It's a little too high. So let's put that exact same block but lower here. Gotta do it one side at a time because symmetry doesn't work for this block, which I love. All right, now let's put these here. Yeah, you can see out the side pretty good with that. And just for the sake of ensuring full visibility, we'll add some detail to the actual these lines and stuff. I like to break up these, like all these flat spaces. Just trying to see how we're looking right here. Yeah, I feel like you can see out enough at the side there. I think this is probably good enough visibility for first person. There's going to be a lot of using this probably in third person anyway. It is kind of fun to think about maybe like in races having like a forced first person view or something like that. Where'd my chat go, man? We can taper the cockpit down towards the back also, and we'll taper it up so the back should kind of pinch off and look interesting. Is that all connected? Yes, it is. So let's go ahead and we won't flush that corner out just yet. We will put just a little slope in here for now. Actually, let's see if we can fit a pillar in here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The pillar, anyway, makes it look like maybe there's like a window that rolls up out of there or something. So you line it up with the back of the control seat. Yeah. Okay. So we did talk maybe moving the control seats or the whole roof back just a little bit, like one block. Although that would expose the top quite a bit. So I don't think that would be super good. Maybe we'll leave it where it's at. Plus you have good side visibility right now with this, which I like. One thing I don't like is that top is just going to be one armor layer thick. So it's going to it's going to limit us for greebling, which I'm not initially excited about, but we'll see what we can do. If nothing else, we'll extend it one higher just to have 2 layers of greeble to work with. We'll see. We'll approach that when we get there. The tricky part is going to be deleting this bottom part and not having the control seats fall out, but okay, so if we want to approach like here on the bottom of these, the front kind of is narrower and it gets a little wider towards the back, like same with here. Same with here. This one does the opposite. The top that gets narrow in the front, but it slopes up towards the top. But I like the top. I like the top for this design being pretty flat and having the bottom slope, especially since we're going to be sloping, we're going to be bulging kind of here and then slope back this way. So I think having this be flush is going to be pretty cool. I initially thought about having the thrusters, the top of the thrusters level with the top, because you have this piping here, so it would look really cool if these thrusters were flush with the top. So since we now added this new hood line, it sort of pushed everything up by one from what I was initially planning, which sort of messes with things a little bit. Just a little bit. So what we're going to do is make room for these thrusters to come up one, and we'll mount it to this. Let's get rid of this now. Goodbye, safety blocks. You have served your purpose. Of course, we could have the top taper in just a little bit towards it, but I just want to see what this looks like. Just want to stick with our initial vision here. I just think having these pipes exposed and those turning would be super cool. Lean into the greeble of the blocks that exist. And then these lights now can be moved up. Don't break, don't break, don't break. Okay. We had our spine running through here. Let me see where our spine's at, because we'll probably want to continue the spine to keep all this other stuff connected. So let's just put this in here as temporary block, just for a second. Make sure all that stays hooked up. Make sure everything's contiguous. Make sure everything's contiguous. And then we can... what was I doing that for? I was putting a spine together. For what purpose? I was going to start deleting stuff. I forgot what I was going to delete. Nonetheless, I think we can get rid of this support block now because we have our spine going through. And you know, I'm actually going to change the spine color. Kind of like a gray. I could make it heavy armor, but it just seems like that would just add a completely unnecessary weight to the whole build. Okay, so that spine's all connected through there. That block is not going anywhere anytime soon. We can get rid of these safety blocks. And what are these doing? Those don't seem necessary either at this point. At least paint them white. Greeble them away later. Greeble them away later. Okay, so we want the spine to carry through all this stuff. The right color? No. Is that the right color? Yes. So mess around with this here. Boy, oh boy. I think I'll just make these half wall, just save a little bit of weight. It's a racer after all. Gotta min-max the weight. We'll just add some detail cubes here just to move the spine, get it connected to there. Okay, now all that's connected. So I, in theory, can get rid of this stuff. In theory. Famous last words. These are doing nothing right now. And now I don't need these either. Right? Right. Bye. I really feel like something is bugged with my chat. I'm not going to lie. That happened before. There was like quite a big period that happened in the past where like a bunch of people said stuff and then nothing just popped up in chat. And then it all just like popped up at once one time. That was crazy. So apologies if you're typing and I'm not responding. It's just not showing up. So I'm not being intentionally rude or anything. I think it would be better if this spine were secured there. This all came up one. So let's delete this. It was a big risk. Let's even just use a regular block down the center. Spined up there. Nothing's fallen to the ground yet. Just trying to optimize here. Shed weight. Okay. I still feel like the front could be longer. But we can always have some agreeable sticking out farther. I mean, it'd be easy to move everything forward if I really just feel like it just needs to be longer for the sake of it being longer. But I think the profile's not horrible right now. I think we could probably bring these up one. Now, something else we can use for our spine too is these blocks. That's an interesting structural element. The only downside about these blocks is they only have on the sides, they only have those two mounting points. So if you ever build with the supports, just know that the sides don't have good. The ends are all good, but when it's flat, you only got those 2 points, those green squares there. Just worth pointing out. And then let's mess around with moving these thrusters up a little bit here. Or we could taper into the thrusters, but we can't taper the center because that looks silly. Let's go ahead and get rid of these. Move them up one. Is that where they were at? Yeah. How those look from inside? That's fine. That's the more we're in the greeble phase. I mean, we're sort of greebling right now, but right now I'm not really getting too into greeble. I'm just trying to get the shape down. I like to figure out the shape and then sort of greeble from there. I'm also not as worried like I was with the mission runner with making this buildable in like with how welding works right now. Once we have like the block welders, you'll have area welding and it'll be way easier to weld stuff like this. When I built the mission runner, I built this entirely to be weldable from the surface so you could weld it up in survival, but so there's not a lot of internal elements. But this one, I'm not as worried about that because any racing we're going to do, we're going to be pasting in racers with creative mode on, just because we're going to want to get pasted and going. I realize all my curtains are open and it's dark out and I hate that. I'm going to close them real quick. All right, now let's take a moment here in the front. I don't like to get too in the weeds in one spot. We know we have to transition so this top is flush with everything here. It is kind of fun how this has like a pretty square front. I don't hate that. So let's mess with that. Let's try putting this as just a core block. Let's just connect. Just run this here. just for a moment. I guess the only disadvantage of having these top ones exposed is there's not a great way to sort of transition all this. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they can stick out the front a little bit. I don't mind things being exposed. I know technically it isn't as safe, but like if you run into something above the 20 meters per second, it's probably gonna. Yeah, this is a racer, so it's probably gonna have a bad time no matter what. You can also do something like these come out farther. Then you have sort of like a bumper here, right? Let's come back in. Actually be interesting just for the sake of having it look a little different from the top is have the longer slope on the bottom. Roll that back. You can have sort of like a bumper thing sticking out like that. Maybe if you're doing that, you even have something like this across the front. Oh, interesting. Can't weld out of that though. I mean, I could just make it 90. I blocked the lights, but pull them back out in a second. What does that look like, actually? I'm sort of just spitballing here, but definitely brings us closer to home, because this one you can also tell has a flat front. This guy's got a flat front. All these are pretty flat fronts. The lights I can have a little, I can have a little bit of a, like a flare, kind of like this sticking out, or kind of like this part, but more towards the front. So I'm not worried about blocking those now. I'm just sort of figuring out kind of the best form factor. Just for fun, let's undo all that just to see. What this looks like when we're in it. I like to see what it looks like when you're actually flying it. Yeah, I actually don't hate the whole bumper in the front, but it is, the only thing is that it's, there's not going to be a great transition here. Like all we can really do is just add in some, I could add in like one of this, cap it off with a detail block or something, but of course I can run something that's like kind of like a strap across the front. You see how I just like to, when I'm doing these things, I just sort of like to just try things out and see what it does. I'm not really in creative mode, so I'm not really worried about misstepping or anything. All right, just to really keep going with this idea, let's just do the transition here. So I lose my Grebo like to see. I don't know that I'm loving it. Don't know that I'm loving it. Let's stick with the first plan. I'm gonna get close to running out of news here. Stick to the first plan. Long slope here. One at the bottom exposed too. Let's just spitball this way. I just don't love... It's actually really crazy right now that the only thing holding this on, the only thing securing this... Oh no, there's a block there. I was going to say is those spotlights. Be the easiest build to break, just grind the spotlights down. I'm curious to see if maybe it makes more sense. I'm just trying to figure out how to greeble into the thrusters. Let's pull back this a little bit. And a good way to do that is to kind of just look at the symmetry or the geometry that already exists on the thruster. So like here we kind of have this flat panel, which could transition there. We even have this little detailing block right here. We can see that connects there. Is out in the front? There is kind of one here, but it's like that. It's not a full 90. It's a little off. Yeah, the inverted corner doesn't catch that either. That's pretty close. Otherwise, we do this also here. So that kind of connects us up into there. Because we could merge down and then have the fronts bolted. Then it'd really lean into this design, into this geometry. Maybe we transition into this. We could use this block here. We could go this here. And then we could do this one here. Oh, we miss our cue there. Because we're trying to use this flat spot here. And that does it the best. So we could actually throw this guy here. Then we can angle back that way. Okay. Getting a little closer. Okay. Now we're connecting things a little bit more here. What I should have done is had my symmetry on the other plane as well to connect this up a little bit better. Or so I don't have to do it again. You just paint this part yellow just so I know for sure to not erase that block, because that is right now a pivotal block. Let's actually just make it the same color as our spine, because otherwise my thrusters will fall out of the ship. Now this will go here. We lost our spotlights, but I'm not worried about that right now. We can add lights later. Because we had our spine here, let's just finish this connection. Is this the right color? Yeah. Let's just connect this now, so we just don't have to worry about our thrusters falling out at any point. Okay, connected to the spine. Okay, so we're just going to keep leaning into the geometry here. Pull this back a little bit. Don't need these side ones right now because our spine is good. Just double check that we're on the spine before I do this. Yep. Okay, we're good. Let's pull this back a little bit. Oh! Dang it. Well, we had to redo the side anyway. And that's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. It happened. Can't undo stuff like that because they made a new grid, so I can undo, but I can't get those back. Oopsies. That's okay. Because that happened, we're just going to commit to just getting rid of all this right now. Just keep the spine. That's detailing cubes? It is detailing cubes. Let me make that not detailing cubes so it's a little stronger. Here we go. That sprites that we knocked that thruster bay out. It's not that big of a deal. It's just wasn't totally prepared for that to happen yet. All right, we're just gonna keep working on our front here. All right, now all that crap's out of the way. Let's copy this. Place it over here. And then copy this one because we didn't have our vertical symmetry on. Then we'll paste this one over here. Somehow. There we go. Perfect. And then we will turn our green plane on. Okay, so that's how those are mounted. You can come one block higher, so we can start maybe transitioning it in here. This wide again. And transition up here. And then that brings us back to level with our grade. Not sure if that's too soon to transition. Let's go one more. I think here would be good. Because then we can have this come back in over here. Doesn't really play with our geometry though. So I think maybe we want to dip it low here. So those stick up a little bit more. And then it comes back up. Here, let's do this. Make sure that's connected. Okay, how does that work with our symmetry? I just realized how dangerous that was that I was doing. I almost disconnected the spine, actually. That was... yeah, I could have really disconnected here if I deleted that block. That would have been stupid. Because my spine is one block too low. Okay. We'll just stick that... we'll just keep it like that for now. Just while we're spitballing here. We can add in sort of like a flare to the side here to get our lights involved in the situation. Turn off that green plane now. I don't think I need it. Okay. Okay. Greeble that in a little bit. This part here needs a little touch up. I think I'll wait to come back to that because I'm not exactly sure how this line's going to line up, but I'll fill in that hole if need be. But I do like this part, so not having this in there. Wait, don't break, don't break, don't break. So I don't know if I can transition. Let me turn my signature on while I do this back again. Turn the green plane back on. Let's see, like, what if I just like the little arm bar thing there. I think it looks cool. Something like that might be more interesting. I have to get rid of that spine, but I'll modify the spine later. I don't want to break the spine right now. Can do these as half blocks there. Look pretty cool, actually. Let me try it. I'm gonna do it. Make this yellow. These temp blocks. That flush there. Let's just do this. That's not yellow. Just for a second so I don't lose this stuff. And let's delete that. And let's delete that one. Put that guy in there. Oops, that's yellow. Put it back to white. Put that there. This is why I like spectator camera, because I can get inside my build like this. Figure out what has to go in here. Looks like just another half will do. Maybe. What can I do it? Are these floating? Yeah, these are floating. I think. They weren't floating, because I wouldn't have had symmetry otherwise. Why can't this go in here? Let me in. Some blocks cannot be built. Oh, because the green plane should be fine over here. Yeah. Yep. But then what's this block? Light armor half. Oh. Guess I should have started with that one. So let's go this there. This there. Okay, now we kind of have a little hole there. Just kind of makes things interesting. Especially since it lets you now come in here and take a piece like this and maybe turn it into a long slope. Like this. Creates just an interesting texture detail. Another one here like that. So you can come into, when you have a little detail like that, you can come in here and just paint it a different color. It's just some flavor. You put like a heavy block in here just for some like texture. Nah, I really hate that texture. Let's just make it a black vent or something. Or I can just have it be some type of running light. Add a corner light like that too. I don't know, getting too in the nitty gritty there with that. Just keep it there as a sketch. But nonetheless, it puts a little hole here, which is just kind of Kind of just interesting. Oh, did I have symmetry on to place that light? I did. We place a block in here just to make this flush-ish. Use my spine color. Use my paint tool here. Paint that and that like that. Spine color. Okay, so that's all connected back up again. So I should be able to delete these temporary blocks because there it connects to the spine. Yes. Let's just save first in case I'm wrong. Let's just get rid of these burning piles of mistakes. One less thing to listen to. Okay, how is this looking? Actually, we were really lucky when those thrusters fell out that it didn't fall to the ground. We didn't lose any directional thrust, but we could have. Okay, the front tapers way more than I was ever anticipating. But I can always flatten it out a little if I find I don't like it. It's one thing following the mood board, but sometimes you get in game and you start putting it together and sometimes things just have to go together a certain way, so you just sort of play the cards you're dealt. So we need to have these thrusters back in. How were they staggered? Were they just one block in? They were halfies. I wonder if we can use our support block here. Sure can. Does it connect to on this end? Does that go all the way? Is that just perfectly? No, it doesn't. It's one block off. That would have been a fun coincidence. Want that to be a color. Once we get more armor, we might find we don't need the spine also. We'll approach that when we get to it. This could be a block lower. What does it look like? These are down one. Oh, that wasn't down one. That's just level. Well, still yet. Do we see much texture on the hoods of these? No, it's all pretty flat. Flatty scatties. So we can add in sort of some like venting kind of things here like this. Just lean into there being some kind of texture there. Let's go back to our white. Let's just add in the rest of the hood here. See how we line up. This extra block I had in the front, it's really starting to make the case to not have that. Little extra distance. kind of fill in some of these gaps here just to see how our shapes look, and we'll greeble more once we get everything kind of finalized here. You know, I thought I was gonna like having it flat level with the front, but it's really, it just doesn't quite connect. I mean, I could not have these dips here, and on top of that, I could into the geometry there. Well, it's not connected, but how does that look from a bump wise? That doesn't actually suck having those bumps there in the front. I think it would help just break up the texture a little bit. We'll probably also recess the thrusters down a little bit just to also break up the flatness. But we also, I guess, have a lot of greeble to add still yet. We haven't even started doing that. Hitting hour 3 though. Wasn't sure how far I actually get. I was a little concerned I wouldn't even get this far. Let's maybe have this come one closer. Oops. Oops. Goofing. It does break it up a little bit. Could always revert back to having just with the narrower front like this and using a bunch of the small thrusters. But having that extra braking power is pretty rad. Pretty rad. Should be able to willy-nilly delete things here because it's not part of my spine. Willy-nilly. As soon as you get in range of a grid that's off, it like always seems to load that sound. Oh, did the freaking chat just load? Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Did it just now pop everybody back in? It was a... what the heck? I can't believe how much I've missed out. Well, he was having issues with chat. Oh my gosh, you guys have been all up in here. I am so sorry. He's talking trash can. Wow, that is so whack. I hate that it does that. Why the heck does it do that? Like literally all the stuff just popped up now. Man, I hadn't seen a chat in so long, and I was like, there's people in here. Like there's definitely chatting going on. That is crazy. Man, I am so sorry. That's the second time that that's happened to me. And I don't know why. Like I literally was like refreshing the page and like it still wasn't showing up any new chats. So I think it's working now. That is so whack. That I can't even begin to tell you how much that enrages me. Does anybody else who streams has that issue? Is that just a me problem? Like the last thing that ever popped up was somebody saying they're going to bed to go to Norway, and that was I don't even know how long ago that was. That was, man, that was an hour. That was like an hour ago. That's bananas. Yeah, the last one now it's showing was from 6 minutes ago. I am so sorry. If you notice that it definitely isn't working and you're in my Discord also, you can message me on my Discord and I'll notice that something's wrong and figure out what it is. It's got to be something with how it was displaying like in my browser or something. Like I think if someone types now it'll show up, because yeah, the one just popped up. It was Wolf fixed it 504. As soon as he hit that, like it just like the whole chat just like caught up and scrolled. That was crazy. What's nuts is like, because the issue I had before, the chat was in the actual like the live streaming screen, it was glitched in there. So I pulled up the actual live YouTube page and kept chat open that way, and now it just happened in the live YouTube page. So it seems to happen to me everywhere. That is so whack. Man. Either way, we're in this now. I think chat's working now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was like, man, I felt so neglected. I was like, certainly these people that are in here have got to be chatting. You know, if I don't like that taper in the front, I could also widen the thrusters in the front. Also have to check out your Sleek Fighter, Wolf. That's you redid the you built a new one, so is that Sleek Fighter version 7? Need something akin to the fighter cockpit, smaller glass panels. Yeah, we'll have more cockpits eventually. There are also some like modded versions of cockpits. But I just don't like to use the modded pieces, because then like people can't build your build unless they have the modded ones. And I don't love that too much. Okay, if we had an extra armor on top for the batteries here, we could also add some onto the bottom. Because I don't think, based on how it lined up in the front, we're going to be able to keep this bottom geometry super flat. Unless we taper... I was really attached to having these. Let me try something. Just to see. You have a 6th one. I thought you already had 5 out. So when you had a new one, I thought that was the newest one. Angle down, because I'm gonna take these thrusts away. I need to land this actually. Let me put a landing gear on this. So I'm about to remove these thrusters entirely. I don't want this to go petering off into the distance. Oh, also, for the sake of testing something, a year in his stream was his sledge fell off of his base, and they weren't sure if it was because it lost power and the landing gear loses power. So since I'm in creative mode, let me take one for the team here and test if when your grid loses power, does the landing gear unlock? We're gonna find out real quick. So let's just say I'm locked onto this wall, like so. If I turn off power, it's still there. It stayed locked with no power on. What if I pull all my power cells? Oh wait, I'm not in my character. I can't pull power cells. Boop. Boop. Will the landing gears stay locked? It does. So power doesn't matter for locked landing gear. It seems that it stays attached even when you lose power. So I don't know why your landing gear was turning red on you. That's weird. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on. I have creative mode enabled. Hang on. Please power modules back in. These power modules back in. Let me power up real quick. And then I'll turn off creative mode. Now I'll power off. It's still there. And then let me remove my power modules. So even though you power off, it still has a charge. And power modules removed and it's still there. Can I toggle lock with it off? I can't even toggle the lock. And now I'm turned back on even though I don't have power modules. So now I'm still can't toggle the lock. So I'm not sure what happened with your why your landing gear was turning red on you. Blame Clang. It's worth a test though. Yeah, I can see chat again. I don't know what was going on. I blame the Norwegian man. Which I can say because I'm mostly Norwegian. So what I wanted to experiment with was removing these and messing with the initial vision we had of it being I saw that you had said you were trash talking. I didn't read through everything because there was a lot that I didn't miss. So everything did pop up historically. I think the issue may be to do with the chat. I don't know what I think I may know what the issue was, but yeah, everything popped back up again. So I can look back and see the trash talking for sure. For sure. So you're going to be super busted, mister. Let me just get a form factor down here. So if I have one of these and I want one of these spotlights here. Oops. Okay. So if I wanted to keep the front, because these thrusters are kind of making a bulge, because there's not a great way to transition them. So if I went to smaller thrusters, what am I sacrificing here for braking? A lot. I am sacrificing a lot for braking. The 5th best builder in SE2. Wow. Wow. Who's the other 4? I will park this one actually just so I can, if I execute an idea, I like to just kind of keep it to the side. So if I'm like, what was wrong with this idea again or whatever, I can go back to it and pull it up and look at it. Sometimes it's good to save bad ideas just so you don't go back to them. In that you were all top 4. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't have the top 4. I just have 3 of the top 4. Although if the Talon gets a few more likes, all 3 builds will be in the top 3. Should be fun. I do have an escape pod that is not ranked at the top, but I need to do some work on it, and then I'll make another video about that. And then maybe the escape pod will also be up there too. We'll see. But I appreciate everybody who goes in there and likes it. So you just made my sledge murdering itself more confusing as it was locked and most likely didn't even lose power. Yeah, it is confusing. But you also had that bouncing issue we couldn't figure out. So I think Clang was just like hanging out with you. Clang's like, oh, you want to play single player? Well, here we go. I'm going to mess with you then, buddy. There's only 100 people playing right now, and I'm gonna mess with you. Okay, so we have to have the big ones. We need to add these side thrusters back in here too. Let's see. I guess they can hang on to that thing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. My cargo container's gone. What the hell? Oh no. Oh geez, it doesn't fit now because I put these supports here. Why me? Jeez Louise. I really, when I accidentally knocked everything off my build, I really broke it. I think the cargo container, when it hit the ground, it broke, so I didn't see that that fell off of it as well. Give the town a like. Nice. One step further. I don't want to cannibalize the whole top three. Like, it's fun that there's another guy in there, but it would be kind of funny. I did see that Google gave me an AI overview now. Because I was trying to get to my workshop, and I just Googled it to get to my workshop, and it gave me an overview description. I was like, oh, nice. The AI knows I exist. Can never go off the grid now. All right, so how do we want to transition this, bad beesies? I think we can start here. Like so. And we can transition into it like that. It still keeps our port accessible. Oh, we need that. Oh, yeah, we need the power modules to be accessible also. Oh, and we put them at the top. Oh my gosh, you guys. You'll build their ships for them. That's it. Where did this power module go? Okay, there it is there. Oh my gosh. Oh, having to pull the modules is becoming a pestilence. I can move the batteries out one more. It wouldn't like mess with the, it wouldn't mess with anything if I brought them out one more because there's room for it. F. Let's try it. We're gonna break everything if we take these apart. We shouldn't because we got that spine. Oh, the AI bit's terrifying. Yeah. I don't know. It's whatever. Uh-oh. 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 Let's level off. Pull the batteries and we don't have any thrust. We'll do one battery at a time. I ain't afraid no AI. Your first fighter has a ton of subscribers in SC2. The ultra sleek fighter 1. I wonder if we have the power modules grabbable from the bottom instead of the top. The only reason I didn't do that is it means this first battery, it'll be a little close to the cockpit. And I can't. It's okay. We can greeble around that. Let's try the bottom. That one's already at the bottom. Let's pull it one farther forward. Batteries can recharge with connector or solar panel. Yeah, I just wasn't planning on having a connector on this build, which I know sounds crazy, but it's just like kind of a smuggling race ship. So it's like when you dock, like all it has is this one cargo container to smuggle stuff in. So when you dock, you can just like manage inventory here and pull the power modules. I'll probably have a connector there anyway, just as an access port. But I was kind of hoping to not have connectors. Just because I really like landing ships just like this. This is obviously a hydrogen one, so it's got a refuel. But even with the hydrogen, you can like connect and then refuel and then disconnect and land it. But this one's a cargo ship, so it has the conveyor for accessing the cargo. But this one's just this little tiny cargo. This is like what, 8 tons. How much does your player hold? 3.2 tons. So 2.5 loads with the player if you're filling it all the way up. And yeah, otherwise, yeah, I was planning on using the power modules to recharge it. So having the power modules exposed let me just dock, swap power modules. It also makes, if you have it accessible and it's a racing ship, you can do like pit crew. You can do like pit stops. So like if you run out of batteries, you land, swap power modules, take off again. So it keeps you deployed. Yeah, I think it is pretty awesome that you don't need a connector. Now what I do hope they add also is like a fuel hose, because it would be so cool as part of landing is you swap your power modules and you like connect a hose to your grid, and the hose just like sort of like free floating. I think that would be super, super cool. I don't know if we'll get that, but the boy can dream. Okay, so that's now farther out, so we don't have to worry about burying it as much. So now let's just add in a row of blocks over the top of this just to connect our form here, just to see how we're cooking. I could move the conveyor. Oh, that blocks the conveyor port of the cargo container. Gosh dang. And we still have room to give because we have this up here. Yeah. Just close it tighter. I have a noise cancellation button if it gets even worse. Yeah, cable confirmed. Am I my character? No. Get out of my way, character. I'm tired of hearing you. Boop. One of the benefits of being in creative mode is using spectator camera. You don't have to like fly around a jetpack. It's way less fatiguing. Okay, so if we have, because I liked this panel here, and we were able to transition it, we don't have to have it as wide. It is good to dream. Definitely be a mod, not one of mine though. I'd rather make a wireless charging mod. That one does not string calculation. Yeah. Well, the wireless charging is one thing. Are you able to make a hoseless fuel mod? Let's see, I think we should be able to do this. There we go. Transition that there. And that doesn't need to be as wide. Buys us some narrowness. Although I really didn't mind that extra little width there. So look from the top. Ooh, it is looking kind of wide from the top. It does sleeken things a bit. I'd like there to be the science behind a wireless hose. Cableless, a hoseless hose. I do wish there was a way I could. There's no way to like greeble along this, because that'll be super wonky looking. Mod that checks race fills. I know you could. You can definitely. I'm sure you could mod it to where it's just a matter of why would that even make sense. At that point, you might as well just not have fuel be a thing. Just trying to figure out sort of what the max width of this thing is going to be. And we got to figure out how to work around this. Boy, I got some work cut out to me to fully greeble this thing. And then it's a matter of, is this whole bottom exposed? Like just to test this real quick. Space magic, exactly. Just see roughly what that is looking like at the bottom. Super rough, I know, but I think having those things exposed once we add more detail around them isn't going to be. Yeah, the welder is a magic wand. That is true. I mean, the fact that you can just, yeah. I mean, if you want to get to the hard science of everything, there's a lot in this game that does not follow science, but I think the hoseless refueling might be unless you have you could have like a collector on the top of your ship, and you have like a sprinkler, and the sprinkler like just perfectly shoots the fuel into the collector. Hydrogen sprinkler system. So I think I probably will not cover the bottom of these things. And I think we'll transition. I think we'll slope and have the bottom of the thrusters in the front exposed, though. This is actually really hard. There's quite a puzzle I've put forward for myself. Put forth. So, like, if we wanted to have a transition zone, let's delete this stuff. This was for when I had symmetry on. Oh! What'd we lose? I don't know. Really like the welder at SE2. It feels more realistic than SE1. Yes, they just need to be able to like weld through the projection better. So when you have a projection, you can like weld blocks behind blocks that aren't welded. Otherwise, like if you have like blocks layered and you need to weld the back block before the front block, it only lets you weld the front block. So it's like you can't weld because there's no attachment points. I'm like, I know, I'm trying to do the block behind it, but Merrick City's going to fix that, so that'll get better. But it does feel really good. I agree, that does feel good. And the backpack building feels really good. Lost track of time. It's almost Christmas. It's next week. It sure is. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays. Here's the science. You have a tunnel that rains the fuel down onto the vehicle, and the armor has a way of absorbing the fuel and setting it into the fuel. Sponge armor, of course. Sponge armor. Why not? The sun can orbit me. Anything is possible. The Earth is the center of the universe. If you don't agree with that, then you're going to be executed. This is we're following medieval rules here on that one. I agree. I do like the magic wand in SE2 better than SE1. Yep. Boom. Yeah, there was a boom. And then yeah, so area welding's coming. And then once we have the actual like block tool for welding, you can put on ships. That'll make welding much better too. Obviously. Obs. Okay, so if we just went straight from this, let's see. I would say probably here is where we would transition, is to the end of these blocks. So if we transition to there. Yeah. Yeah. Then we can do some corner work to make at least these parts rounded a little bit. I haven't tried welding projections. They didn't really build before VS2. Was still very focused on SE1. Yeah, it's hard, especially since there's like bugs where it's like it doesn't let you weld blocks very well. Like once you partially build something, it like doesn't let you. It just like has a hard time finding the block, and you just like have to find a perfect spot on the block to actually be able to weld. It's a little buggy in that regard, which makes it even rougher. So projections, you basically have to, like when I built this, I had to build it so that everything could be welded from the surface. There's no like internal components because you can't weld that. Like this spine in survival would be pretty hard to weld. You'd have to like kind of fly in here and find an angle where there's no other blocks. Like if you have a gap here, you can like kind of maybe position and like angle back there like that and weld it together. But it's really, really hard. But yeah, that's gonna have a fix. So this part, at least here anyway, will be exposed. Maybe we'll just put a tiny little connector on there. Just a little tiny connector. So it will be dockable if you need it to be dockable. Then we're gonna make this a right angle. Won't be perfectly symmetrical, but well, there's no reason it can't be symmetrical. We can take this here, make that a right angle. Just have that be that. Not symmetrical. It lives in the ocean in a pineapple. Oh, who can refuel fuel? Even in the ocean. Spongy armor. Absorbent, inflammable, and modded is it. Sponge, fuel, armor. I don't have symmetry mode on. Damn it. Oops, I for some reason thought that was tapering sooner. In that case. Let's get rid of that one. Uh-oh. 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 I accidentally deleted a battery. Probably should work on this side so I don't do that again. Okay, now that's connecting. Getting there. Still don't have our transitions on all these corners down, but we'll get there. You thought I built this one purely in survival? No, this one was in... I have... This one's got, like... When I was iterating like this, there's probably, like, 8 or 10 of these in creative mode. It is... You lose a lot of... expeditiousness, if you will, in survival mode, and I like to iterate a bunch of different ways, so... See, I don't hate that that's sort of exposed there. It looks cool. The other side... Yeah, the other side does not look as cool. Is there just a small... flat something we could stick in there for the sake of Greeble? That is for the sake of Greeble. Put a nice crate there. Just a little extra side storage. You're guessing I'm guessing you don't sing in your music. Are you saying my voice is horrible? No, it's because of my SpongeBob thing. It's funny. I actually did streaming for a while where I would improvise a lot of music and a lot of lyrics and stuff. I'd like make a beat, and then the chat would recommend what I should sing about, and I would just like improvise lyrics about it. Granted, mind you, I would definitely use some pitch correction software for sure. Okay, so this is kind of interesting because now we can sort of have like a little cargo thing here with access to like some tools and stuff, and then we have like our main cargo right above it, and it creates a little asymmetry the other side. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm the strongest singer though, but I can sound pretty good if I have some pitch correction on, as most people do. But I just need a little bit of pitch correction. I'm a little slightly off usually, often a little flat. Okay, so I need to still get some extra side thrust onto here. Are we flush here? So we have this wall is lined up with those thrusters, and the cargo is also lined up with those thrusters. Okay, so we have symmetry in welding points. Let's get rid of this thing though, because that's not symmetrical. Not a fantastic singer myself. Yeah, it's you know, if you're a really good singer, you don't even really have to learn how to make any other element in music, because people will just make music and want you to sing over their tracks. But if you're not a singer, you basically got to learn how to do everything else. I find a lot of people I've made acquaintance with in the music space either can sing really well, or they know how to make a fully produced track aside from singing. There's not much in between. So there's some vertical asymmetry going on here with how we are messing with our thrusters. We had a bulge in the top for the thrust. I don't know that I want to repeat that on the bottom, but I also just like don't, it's kind of, I can't really find a good transition into these. What if we use these? No, what if we long slope it? Generally went for the industrial spoken / singing style. Yeah. Going for industrial spoken. I'm not sure exactly what industrial spoken entails. We're getting into like some William Shatner territory. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Definitely add vocals to my tracks, found a vocal style I'm comfortable with. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Is like you can't like, vocal is limited. So like everyone will like sound unique. So you have to like sort of lean into what you sound good at singing at, and just like, you know, like if you don't sound like Axl Rose, you're not going to sound like Axl Rose. Yeah, Nine Inch Nails. Okay, yeah. I like Nine Inch Nails. If you listen to the new Tron soundtrack, Nine Inch Nails did the Tron soundtrack, or not did Nine Inch Nails do it, or did Trent Reznor do it? I think it was Nine Inch Nails, but Trent Reznor did the Challengers soundtrack. That soundtrack is dope. Did not win an Oscar. I was very disappointed. So we've kind of leaned into the symmetry a little bit with these. I don't hate that. The spine needs some work. Spine is what's interfering with me now. I'll get rid of spine once I'm a little, actually I guess I can move the spine now. It looks like we're pretty well connected. Nine Inch Nails, I remember years ago, they were like some of the first people to start releasing like Creative Commons music, which is pretty cool. They were very much into just getting people. Not Trent, still Atticus 2 for the Challengers. Wasn't it Atticus and Trent Reznor? Or is that it? Yeah, because he sung on some songs. Maybe he just was in some tracks. I'm not sure. Quote me on nothing. Believe me on everything and quote me on nothing. Your favorite movies. Enjoy the new Tron soundtrack, but really prefer old Nine Inch Nails. Yeah, actually, the first time I heard the new Tron soundtrack, I did not like it. I really loved the Daft Punk Tron soundtrack, and I just wasn't sold on the new one. But then I listened to it on loop like 1,000 times, and now I love it. I listen to it on loop all the time. I think it actually ended up making it in my top, as one of my top albums for 2025, even though it came out like at the end of the year here. Looks a little, I'm just trying to figure out how to get into our grade here. I don't really love those blocks that are up against the thrusters. They sort of breaks the immersion a little too much. We could mess with color now. Is probably a good time to mess with color. See if that, because the front of this here, is that the right color? Is that color matched? Does it have to be darker? It's a little color matched. Let's color match it. And let's change the spine color to create our illusion here. Illusion is not created. Very unillused. This music is so dramatic. Atticus Ross is part of Nine Inch Nails now with Trent. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You made a Tron light cycle animation. It's on YouTube. Is in like the game you made a Tron animation, or just like for funsies? We need weldless armor. Yes, can we bring back cardboard armor? Suppose if they had wood, you wouldn't have to weld wood. I feel like it doesn't look as bad once you paint it. I wonder if it's if I space it one out a little more, if it would look better. That actually looks a little better. Your first Tron movie was Tron Legacy. I watched it in 2010 when it came out. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that the new one, I didn't realize until the new one came out and they were kind of mentioning in like the trailer or something. I didn't realize that that Tron movie that came out before the most recent one was like a direct parallel sequel to the first one. I didn't realize it was like continuing the story. I thought it was like a remake, but it seemed like in the trailer of the second one, of this new one, Tron Eras, that it actually wasn't a remake. It was like a continuing plot. So I don't think I've seen the original one. Okay, I don't hate that bottom transition of the thrusters. I don't love it, but at least now I'm on armor grid, so I'm off of the thrust into those. But now I don't love the top. Now I hate the top. God, I really think maybe I needed to actually like box the whole top in or something. I like the sides. I can't really repeat the sides and the top because those go 2 blocks out and I just need it to be 1 block because it's going to impede my vision in driving. Blender animation. Got it. Yeah, the people that have used Blender for like SE1 screenshots, man, some of it was so crazy. Now you don't even really need it because the SE2 looks so freaking good. Speaking of, I think I'm actually playing, I think I'm on medium graphics right now. I am. Let's go back to high. There was a weird performance bug happening earlier. Let's see if we can run it on high. Usually can run it on high. Just today in particular, for some reason, it's been misbehaving. But I usually don't build on planets. I usually build in space. Yeah, I'm dropping down to 45 frames a second. God, look at how good the ray tracing looks, though. It looks so much freaking cooler. They need to optimize. They still need to optimize planets. Planets are not optimized. Performance is really bad on planets. God, it looks so much better, though. I usually don't play on. I usually am on high, so when I went to medium, I was like, "No, this sucks." But it was just the name of the game. This is actually the first time I've built in creative mode on planets. Let me just maybe turn some of the texture quality down so we can still have some of that sick ray tracing. Lighting quality, high. Parallax mapping, let's turn it to medium. Let's just turn all some of this stuff to medium. Terrain quality, turn that down a little. Rendering distance, let's turn that down. Grass, don't need that. Turn clouds down. Turn grass to low. Clouds to low. You know, we don't want low. Screw that. Low is horrible. You ever seen this game on low? God, it looks so stupid. Nothing's going to be optimized anytime soon. Yeah, probably not. At least we're, it's still not back to, it almost wants to be at 60. It's really the ray tracing that does it, but goddamn, the ray tracing is so great. Put the ray tracing on low. That put me at 60. It's stabilizing close to 60. Just love the ray tracing. All right, let's proceed with the bottom. And if we find the bottom is just looking way smoother than the top, then we'll make adjustments accordingly. Shift back to white. Glad you noticed the same thing regarding Planet Performance. They got a new PC, built it, and was wondering if it was just me or not. Nah, it's just the game for sure. Remember we were all happy with 20 frames per second? Oh yeah, like yeah, I remember like when like systems started doing like 30 frames per second the first time, and people were talking, or 60 frames per second, and I was like, oh, whatever, that's pretty cool, but like 30's fine. Like you don't need 60. It's just like you can't even notice 60. Now it's like 30 is like you can't even watch it. It's so bad. That definitely gets to a point where it's not perceptible, but I'd say you got to be at 60 for sure. All right, let's go ahead and pull back some of this armor and give us some room here. Give him some room here. Give him some air. I know we're gonna want some. Let's go 4 apart, and then we're just gonna because I don't like to just make everything totally flat out of the gate. I can move this later, but just add a little bit of some venting there. Actually, you know what we can do is lean into our shaping here. Because we have this ridge here formed, we can actually have our venting in line with that, and I think it would actually look pretty cool. What I'm wondering is, can I open this up to where it's 4 wide on both sides? So ultimately, let's see. It's white. Is here, and then let's get wacky with this. Let's get wacky with it. Is this gonna make sense? Wacky patakies. I sort of thought the same thing when 4K came out. I was like, nah, you don't need 4K. It's like fine. And my work computer is a 5K 27-inch iMac with like a Retina display, and I'm like, okay, yeah, there's no going back once you stare at that for many hours a day. Okay, so now we kind of got some stuff in line with the thrusters, which is making the thrusters look like part of the grid, because we have the black there, and that is picked up here, and then it continues back to here. Looks much more uniform now. Really just like to lean into the design of the elements that you're using and just extend those into the full grid, and that's like a huge way to make your grids look it's just a good greebling tip. Is there a way to, let me see something. No, there's not a way to, it's really the only transition we have. May just be an age thing, but for the longest time, all you ever needed was 20 frames per second. Yeah, I mean, games also used to not run super smooth, and there was like performance limitations, right? So like the computers couldn't like handle more. Actually, on really old games, they could definitely handle more, just because the games were so simple and rudimentary. You could probably play like some original Nintendo games at like 1,000 frames per second because they're so rudimentary. But you know, having monitors keep up is a whole nother thing. Okay, I really like how the bottom's coming along. I really don't like the top. How are we feeling now that there's more weight? Do a quick flight. You save early, save often. As a graphic designer, I can tell you that's the best tip. This is coming along though. See, with the settings now, I'm running at 60 frames per second, and ray tracing is still on. 53, 55. It's in the top left if you want to see my frames per second are. I hate flying with dampeners on. Got a drift going. So oh man, the vertical thrust is struggling now, actually. I'm smashing it right now. We're really not gaining altitude. Which is bad, because that means I also, oh shit. Okay, we've hit a limitation. Is it a power issue? Because I have the same thrust forward as I do up, and so that's my strongest thrust vector, so if I can't gain altitude fast doing that, then that's bad. You ever want to make that alpha ribbon disappear? Yeah, I don't know, sometimes. I mean, sometimes when I take really nice screenshots, it'd be nice if it wasn't there, but usually I shoot a little wider than I need to on screenshots, and I will crop it. Or I'll just use Photoshop and just replace it if I don't want it there. It is what it is. I think come I think it's really important, because if you don't have that there and you can turn it off, then like content creators will like make videos, for instance, talking about performance, and people will be like, oh, this game runs like dog water, I'm not going to buy this game. And even if the video is made in alpha phase, so it could have implications like down the road. So I think it's pretty important that it's very clear that they're communicating it's an alpha. It's not as much for the person playing it, because obviously we bought it, we know it's alpha, but for people watching it, they know that it's like a work in progress. So that way what they see isn't like the end all be all. How was our, I forgot that I was kind of talking, I wasn't paying attention. Was our acceleration still good? It's not great. We could add a couple more thrusters in the back, but we definitely need more. Yeah, man, Photoshop is so good. I've been using Photoshop for, oh my God, since 2008. So almost 20 years. That's crazy. And it is so good now. And like the regenerative tools, like the AI tools to like replace things and regenerate things that used to take so long. I was like, man, I just hope people today realize how good they have it with so many things, because so many just tasks in like Photoshop are so much easier now than they used to be. Oh, I need a place for my landing gear to come down also. So we can do a mix here of extra thrust with a landing gear. I like to tuck my landing gear up like this. I need to get just one higher. Might have to move the gyros. Gyroscopes seem like they're in the best spot. You've been using GIMP, never touched Photoshop. I'm not sure what GIMP is. I will probably never learn another thing, because I just, you know, have been using Photoshop for my entire creative life, so I don't have any reason to change. I also use all of the Adobe Suite tools, so I know some people have different preferences for different things, but for me, there's no reason to ever try anything else. How can we move these gyros in a way where I can get how much room do I need for this landing gear? Is it even going to fit on that side? I think it's 4 blocks. Yeah, it's not even gonna. Okay, that is as wide as the battery. Okay, we'll just move the gyros here. Oh, plus that gives us again more greeble showing on the bottom. Nice. Let me turn them this way though, so that way this other side gives me more welding points to work with. GIMP is 100% free. Well, I'm sure you get what you pay for. Oh, we didn't weld over here. No, I know there's a lot of good like free tools like that, and like if somebody was just trying to like do something quicker, I'd probably recommend they do stuff like that. Photoshop, obviously the Adobe Suite's a little bit more expensive, and not everybody needs everything that has to offer. So I do personally, but that's just me, so it's not everybody. Like I know like for video editing, for instance, a lot of people talk about how they love like Final Cut and stuff like that. But I can't justify paying for it when Premiere's included in my plan. But man, there's been about 100 times I'm like, I'm just gonna make the switch, because Premiere's has a few bugs that have plagued it for many years. Photoshop is good, but you will never own it and will pay an endless subscription. Yeah, but so I'm a graphic and web designer, and like I do video work and stuff. So I absolutely need like a full suite like that. And I was actually glad for Adobe they switched to a subscription method, because I don't know if any of you remember, but all the Adobe products used to be really expensive. Like it was like if you wanted to buy like a license for like Photoshop or Illustrator, it was like hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and you had to pay for updates. So if they ever like updated it, you didn't just like get that for free. You had to like it was cheaper to upgrade. Like you could pay upgrade things. I mean, it's kind of just like a lot of music software, like Ableton Live is like that. It's you pay for it and you own it, but you have to pay for the upgrades and stuff at a lower cost. But I wasn't upset when they switched to subscription, because I actually could get it that way, because that was like years ago. But I wouldn't sell anybody on it unless they needed use out of the full suite, honestly. DaVinci Resolve here, free version, yeah. There's also a lot of like good, like I use a lot of like template sites and things to get like a lot of like graphic templates and things like things that add like film treatments and stuff like that. And those have templates for a few different softwares, but one of the ones the sites have a thing for is for Adobe Premiere, so that's super useful. I think I'll actually attach the landing gear to the spine so it's in line with those gyros. Probably it's not great that we're going to be landing on gyros, but they flip this way. It's just there if we need to lock onto something. Making the transition. A lot of greeble exposed in the bottom with all these batteries and stuff. Again, not a bad thing. It's just something. It's just something. And then also too on the bottom, I like to have some lights, some landing lights going on. Putting it between your landing gears and the worst, so you can really see what you're landing on. Can sort of slope into the gear just so you can see them a little better, just so you know it's there. DaVinci Resolve is amazing and doesn't take long to learn. Some fantastic videos out there. Yeah, I mean, for most, especially with video games, like editing video game footage is, you don't need like robust tools. It's not like you need like motion graphics and things like that like you would for other videos. So just something that lets you just like, because like you don't even need to get in like color grading. Like the game's already color graded, so there's so much work that you don't have to do that you would have to for others, for like other things, like yeah. So you don't really need a complex set of tools. Like I probably don't even really use the most hardcore features of Premiere, really. Not satisfied with some of this greeble, but I'm just sort of filling in gaps just to see how our silhouette looks. What's going on here? What is all this stuff? It's just there. It's a block. Careful with symmetry here. Don't want to delete our cargo container. Again. Idiot. Stupid idiot. I do find it odd you don't know the comparable software that is free. Diggrok top editing software I know is either DaVinci or Premiere. Obviously, paid DaVinci destroys Premiere. Yeah, but I need a lot of the other stuff for the Adobe suite. So like it doesn't matter if there's like an alternative for one of the softwares. I still use, like Adobe Illustrator is like phenomenal. Like I spend so much time on Adobe Illustrator. Like there's just no reason for me to learn something else. Like I'm gonna be paying for the suite anyway, and it comes with a lot of AI credits. Like I use a lot of the generative tools in Photoshop. And I use it like that software for a living, so like I make my money back for my monthly subscription like all the time. I mean, it's like I think I pay $80 a month, but I make way more than that a day, so it pays for itself. And I like work with some other designers and stuff, so having like all-in-one software is a solution. So yeah, the reason I don't know any alternatives for it is just because I have no reason to look into it. It's like if I like just bought a car, I'm probably not gonna like look into other cars and their like features and stuff for a while. I'm not like in the market per se. Yeah. Because yeah, a lot of times I do stay savvy on some software stuff like that. I've just literally never looked into stuff like that. I will sometimes if there's like a niche thing. Like I looked into like pixel art software like a while ago and like bought like a pixel art software thing. It was like $30. Ace Sprite, I think was the name of it. Ooh, my GPU's getting. I'm pretty much frying my computer over here. It shows my GPU's running at 98%. Just gonna go ahead and go back to medium, I guess. Oh. I don't know why it's struggling today. Maybe I'll like restart my computer or something. Typically when I'm like running this game on high, it's only using 50% of my GPU. You need to stop paying for Adobe now. No, I get what you're saying. It does, considering I usually stay savvy on some tech stuff. It is surprising I don't know alternatives. Like, I wouldn't have even been able to tell you that DaVinci Resolve was a video editor software without the context of this conversation. I've heard of it a bunch, but never clocked fully what it is, which is hilarious. Too busy working. I don't got time to learn all this stuff. Just kidding. Yeah, I do see why you went to medium, but usually this isn't a problem. Like, even now I'm at medium and my GPU is running at 90%. Like, why? It usually runs at 50%. Of course, I'm not, I'm not usually, service level with planets. There was something I noticed. Was it being in spectator camera or something? Oh, I'm still around 90. There was something I was doing earlier that was a super tiny thing, and it was jumping my GPU from like 60 to 80% just from like something small. Was it like having the UI off or something? Oh no, it was the field of view. It was this. So right now it's a bad example because right now I'm running at 87% for some reason, which is also a bad sign that a 5070 Ti, 64 gigs of RAM, and I forget what my chip is. I don't know computer parts super well. It's running at 90% right now, and I'd go to like 103 and it would usually skyrocket it. Like, it would jump up, stabilizing now. But if I went to like the shorter end of this, it would jump now it's up to 97%. Now I'm maxing out my GPU just from that alone. So like, that was making a huge difference for some reason. The good news is my stream is dropping not as many frames. Only 0.9% today, and some of that probably just came from just now when I was maxing out my GPU. So they're very busy in this section. Okay, so we still had to figure out how to add in our thrusters here. Oh, and that's right, and we need to add more vertical thrust. That was an issue we were having. Big time. So a good candidate for vertical thrust is actually right next to these gyros. They probably won't fit there though. No, they stick out. So we'll have to go in the front here. Yeah, good hardware. Just bad internet, indeed. Yeah, only 12 megs upload tops, which is not cool. There's fiber being installed in my area, but it's only available for like government buildings right now. So I'm really hoping that changes sooner than later. Man, there's not a lot of great spots to add in some extra vertical thrust. We could put some in here. Put a block here to reach gap of one, just one block. Let's have a nice single pillar holding our entire thrusters together. Por qué no? When I got my computer, it actually was only supposed to have, I bought it and it was only supposed to have 32 gigs of RAM, but it came with 64 installed, so that was pretty cool. Granted, it came super late. Oops, why did it not build over here? Oh, because that pillar didn't have anything to connect to over here, probably. Yes, it did not. Let's just do these here. Wait, but you can connect to the side of that container. As long as it's not the center of the conveyor. When I was told I was doing the preview for PS2, I bought the 5700X. There was no way I was recording anything with my 3700X. Yeah, you gotta show up for the previews, man. I really like these ventings here, kind of beyond these thrusters. So I think I'll have these thrusters come out one more. It still gives me one block out here to mess with. It's gonna be... How much did adding those 6 give me on vertical? A good amount. I'd say that's a good amount. Yeah, I was a little jealous I missed out on some of the previews, but I didn't have as many videos on SC2 on my channel at that point, so I get it. Whatever. I don't cry about it when I go to sleep or anything. I totally do. Probably just those 2 extra on the sides, probably fine for each one. Wasn't dying on the... Yeah, it's pretty good. Wasn't dying on the sides. Just maybe a little bit of backup is nice. Actually ended up needing to upgrade my motherboard. It was a little... fun little issue and reason to never buy a pre-built. Well, I bought a pre-built, so don't want to hear that. We have an opportunity to stick our gyro in here, which we will do because we lost a little bit of snappiness. Still pretty quick. How does a barrel roll? Not as fast as when we were testing. It is a canyon racer, so it does need to roll fast because you got to make quick moves. It's also why it needs good vertical thrust, because this is going to help you in the corners. Too many proprietary parts. Guess we'll find out. I don't know. I mean, all my parts are regular parts, unless like the cable's connecting between or something funny or something. I'm not an expert at putting together computers, so if I ever had to upgrade it, I would need to have my buddy help me out. Got a buddy who's a little bit better with that kind of stuff. Shout out Splash Damage. He's the one that actually got me into SE1, so would not be here playing this game if it wasn't for him. So shout out to the homie Splash Damage. Pre-built motherboard was proprietary and didn't have the BIOS update I needed, and I couldn't get it for the 5700. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea if that's an issue I'm going to have to run into or not. But you know, it's just under a year old, so I'm kind of hoping I don't have to really worry about that for a while. So this is kind of a fun area here to do, I guess. So something that's when I'm doing sides and stuff, or just greebling any like flat area that's not super tall. I like to... Come on, why is this misbehaving? I just want to show you what I like to do. Why can't I just put it on this block I'm looking at? What is happening? Oh, it's not long enough. Spotlights are in the way. Alright, well, get rid of those for now. I like to use like pipes in areas like this. Although now that I'm looking at this, I don't think that's going to work. Let's see, let's put these back here because I need a welding point for these. I have to do stuff like this. I don't like it in this instance, though. Nope, never mind. So the normal version of the motherboard, if you bought it non-pre-built, could get the BIOS version. Is the motherboard just not like a? It's not just like a standard motherboard though. Like they don't use the same ones you'd use for like if you were building it on your own. Also, I did not expect to be streaming this long. Kind of getting near the end of it here. I actually made it a lot farther along than I thought I would on this build. I usually take a lot of time. A lot of time I take. Put that on the thrusters, so it actually is like cooling near the thrusters. So I think what I'll do now, we still have there's still a lot of greebling to do on this thing. I still haven't even started the back end. But I think since we're kind of near the end of the stream time here, and I was only planning on doing less than this, when the chat came back, and I was like, "Oh, the chat's back now. I like now I want to hang out." So let's do a well. First of all, let's overwrite our previous version of this Canyon Racer. Oh, such simple beginnings. Replace grid. Let's save that, but we're also going to change the photo here. Let's get a different angle without the other ships in the background. Let's raise it up a little. That background looks nice. Let's face that way. There's the sun over there. Get a little backlighting. Just get a quick, even though the screen grabs are broken right now, because when you grab this, when you enter into when it saves it to the blueprint, it saves like way darker. There's like something wrong with that. Plus, I need a thumbnail for the video anyway. Where'd the ship go? Too zoomed in now. Shoot a quick thumbnail, video, photo, and then you aren't meant to switch out parts. Meant to buy new. I was kind of hoping I could switch out parts though. A little thumbnail angle here, because I gotta upgrade the stream, update the stream thumbnail, because the image in the thumbnail was the mission runner. I tried to get a decent one, but I couldn't quite do it. Couldn't quite get one. Also, it's a little monotone with the white. I haven't had a splash of color yet. It's all right. Blueprints. Just a temporary one. Take a photo. Boop. Place the blueprint. There we go. Save it. All right. Should we see how it does in Canyon Run? Yeah, I'm entirely relying on my buddy's expertise come the time to update it on changing anything out. Let's see how it does in this Canyon Run. I'm going to not only save, but I'm actually going to save as a whole new test run. Delete. It's a whole new game because we did turn on creative tools earlier, but we didn't mess with any settings, so it shouldn't break our build. But I've noticed when I crash in this canyon a lot, the game crashes. So I don't want the build to get corrupt, so just do a new save as. Not loving the acceleration. Wish I was going faster. Oh, dampener's off. Oh, crash. Evaporated. No harm, no harm, no harm. Just place it down again. Mulligan. Just getting a feel for it. We'll just brake more next time. Okay, so vertical thrust without dampeners on is actually very hard to maintain altitude. I actually feel like I raced better with my mission runner than I did in here. Let's go third person. Yeah, it's not great, which sucks because that's how you can turn on corners a lot. Using that vertical thrust so you can take these corners better. Oh, jeez. I read the lighting wrong there. Crash! This is great. This is great. What a good car what a good ship we've made. I lost my orientation. Which direction am I going? Which way's up? You guys going this way. Oh, well, yeah, like I was going to make it through this anyway. Crash again. Okay, why isn't my guy falling? I don't have dampeners on. What the heck? Must have been dampened to the grid or something. Probably need to build smaller. No, it needs to be smaller. Isn't there are some small builds, and they also can't they are actually even worse at gaining altitude. I just need to not fly like an asshole. Maybe I'll keep my dampeners on. Zoom. Ah, dampener sucks though. Whoa. Whoa. Dampeners off. Hate dampeners. Just keep my space bar held down. Wacky patacky. This canyon is also just really super narrow. Just for contrast. This just shows how good of a ship the Mission Runner is. The thing the Mission Runner does not have that it needs for this kind of a run is gyroscopes. But guess what? We can configure it for a valley run. We'll just, you know what we don't need? I'll just put them on here. Let's put them here. Just put a bunch here. Zoop. Zoop. All right, and now it's a racer. Okay. Dampeners off. I am the captain now. Still need more gyro. Still need more gyro. Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Now this is a ship. Now this is a ship. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Get in the hole. 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 We don't need to play up in this shallow area. Get deep. Get deep. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Smash! I was chasing the hole too hard. Yeah, hydrogen thrusters versus Atmo for sure. Yeah, that's for sure true. Still could use more gyro. I wonder if I could just delete one of these. I think I can delete this cargo container. Let me get my spectator camera over here. Control F8. Let's delete this cargo container. I should be able to... Oh, what did I lose? Oh, I just lost some greebling. No big deal. And now I can put a big gyro in here. It shouldn't break my conveyor system. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Now you can see the gyroscope. Look, made to be perfect. Whoever built this thing knew what they were doing. Close that door. All right. You're making me want to make a canyon racer now. Exactly. That's the point. Where there's going to be, we're going to do a canyon racing league. So, boy, now this thing really gyros around. All right. Dampeners off. Here we go. Because this one has a ton of vertical thrust, so I can bank on the corners and vertical thrust to avoid the sidewalls. Ah, I should have copied and pasted that one because now I got to do that gyro again. That's all right. We'll go back to the we'll go back to what we're here for, the canyon racer. This is also just one can. I don't know if this is. So there will be some challenge things happening in this canyon I'm designing as soon as for more than multiplayer comes out. Yeah, the lack of vertical thrust is rough. Maybe you just have to race this. Maybe this one's the dampener. Maybe you just need dampeners for this one. Totally down for a canyon racer. Like, yep, that's what we're doing. So the point, so one of the things I want to figure out too, which, oops, where's my canyon go? Which I don't think we figured out on this stream, is any racing league, we will have like limitations on like max thrusters and like fuel and like whatever the power generator is. And then you just build, everyone can kind of build within those parameters, just because obviously that's going to be sort of how we set class restrictions, and maybe like a minimum weight or something, just so the same thruster configuration is relatively similar to everybody. I mean, this works a little bit better with dampeners on, just so I don't have to focus on the altitude situation as much, which I love without dampeners. But there's also way better. There's also not as crazy a canyons. I can go find one real quick. Oops, I thought I was gonna drift a little more. It's also really hard when your frame rates fucking drop all the time. All right. This is the most intense canyon that exists on Verdure, to be sure. Verdure. Let's see. Am I in the right spot? There's another zone that I think has more just like wider canyons. I don't think it's this zone. It's also why I like to do this stuff in creative mode. You can just sort of plop around, find somewhere different really fast. If only someone had a mod that limited ships to a specific ship class limit. Yeah, that's true. You have one in SE2? What we're going to need first is a timer, because I'm kind of want to do qualifiers, and or at least let people like practice. And if there's a timer mod, then sorry, I just want to highlight this side of the earth so I can find those canyons. If there's a timer mod, we can like race and do qualifiers remotely, and you can like submit your best times and stuff and prove that it's not, you know, time manipulated or whatever. Somewhere on this planet is like also a second desert area that has decent canyons. Also, the game does not like you doing this. It struggle buses. See, now that I'm in space, though, even though my frame rates are bad right now, my GPU is only at 20%. My frame rates are bad, but my GPU is way low. So it's just on planets is rough. Like, I can play this on 4K butter smooth in space. It just doesn't like planets. Here's a more wide open area. Might be too wide, but let's bring our character over here. Let's see how she does in the open. But it's just not, the problem is right now it's not fast. Bad acceleration. The armor really added a lot of weight. So he went to Chemic. Yeah, Chemic has some. I haven't explored Chemic as much. I was kind of flying around though. It had some valleys, but they weren't like as deep as some of these and as narrow. They were kind of a lot wider areas. See, now when I'm in this open of an area, I just want to go way faster than 300 meters per second. Why do you think engineered coffee is on Mars? Is that where he's doing his survival build? Is he spawned like a Mars-like planet? Because I know there's planets you can spawn. See, the thing I don't like about dampeners is you get like a huge drift going, because when you don't necessarily want to be thrusting all the time, so when you take a turn, it starts initiating your other thrusters. I didn't even have dampeners on there, so that was actually just an operator error. I was wondering why. I was like, wait, but then my drift went away. Why did my drift go away? And I was like, oh yeah, because the dampeners are off. I'm just flying like a bozo. It's like open areas. Racing is more interesting if you can fluctuate between your top speed and slower speeds. If you're just flat out, it's not a fun race. That's the thing with like that tight canyon, is like you actually have to like slow down at certain corners and stuff. Can't just barrel through. Oh, SU1, okay. Oops, I looked away. Abort. Because Chemic, let's go to Where's Chemic? Where are we at? See what Chemic looks like. Here we go. Spectator camera is life. Man, Chemic is so much closer to the brown dwarf. Most people are pretty focused on SU1. I spent a lot of time in creative mode, and the unified grid system has completely ruined, and just the visuals have completely ruined SE1 for me. I just can't play it. And also just like the promise of like NPCs and like a better like world and having more exciting things happen is gets me pretty excited because, oh geez, camera speed was still really high because SE1 doesn't have, okay, shit, hang on, fuck. SE1 doesn't have like a lot to do in like the vanilla experience. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, why are you flying away from me? What is happening? Damn you. You know what? I don't need you. Screw you. Have fun. I'm in creative mode. I'm a creative person. Yeah, this game is a ways out. But that's all right. I'm gonna I'll be the I'll hold down the front lines for everybody while y'all are doing SE1 stuff. I mean, SE1's great. It's got a lot of servers with a bunch of mods that are already like super fun to play on and stuff, and people will be playing that one for a long time, even after SE2 is fully launched, which is great. I think it's super cool to see a game like that just have such a loyal fan base through the years. It's also cool, like just how games are changing now, like where developers are sort of relying on their games to have like a long lifespan. You know, it's not like, you know, back in the days of old console games where like, you know, N64, you can't like, or even GameCube or any of those PlayStations, the original ones, there was no like game updates. So it's like you launch your game and that's the game. Like maybe if there's a glitch, then maybe on like future versions of like printed games, they change it, release it, but usually not. So it's cool that games now are, you can sort of know your lifespan is going to be much longer, and you can still provide updates and content for it and stuff like that. So now you have games that last for a freaking long time. Call of Duty still likes to sell you a $70 game every 6 months, but I don't play those games anymore anyway. So hey, that ship we let sail off finally crashed somewhere. Oops. Oh, by the way, I didn't know this until I saw on-screen clue about it. You can double tap Alt to reset your camera. So if you're like over here and you're like trying to find center again, you know, you can obviously change views and stuff to get back into it, but you can also just double tap Alt and like reset your camera. I think it resets the zoom also. No, it doesn't reset the zoom, but centers your camera. Really useful if you're like flying inside like this. It does look interesting in first person. I like the little side windows and stuff. I just need to figure out how to get it more power. Just needs more power. Yeah, here's that drifting I was talking about if you're in dampener mode. Dampener's off, please. Well. Oh gosh. We made something. Made some progress. Form factor is coming along, but it just needs to figure out how to get more power. Maybe I can slap an even bigger thruster on it. Who knows? Or hydrogen. That is an option also. I'll have to figure out conveyors, but I would need a lot less thrusters too, I think. So there's that. And they're not as long either. The hydrogen thrusters are shorter. I already have that spine set up. That spine basically is a conveyor system. And I would need to find room for the tanks. But the tanks also make pretty cool greeble. But if it was pure hydrogen, it would run through the fuel faster. So if it is a smaller tank, maybe that's the case to figure out, all right, well, if we do races, one of the limitations could just be you only have like one small hydrogen tank or whatever. So that, you know, if you're within the parameters of the thrusters, that'll last you for like a 5 or 10 minute race before you have to refuel. And maybe you have to do pit stops. Pit stops would be super interesting and fun. Like you can decide like, can I do another lap or am I going to run out of fuel? It'd definitely be really interesting. Spent so long doing canyon races, and so far it seems to be similar, where hydro is still dominant. Oh, I think hydro is always going to be more dominant. I mean, I think chemical fuel is always going to be the most powerful propellant, other than like, you know, clang drives, like gravity drives or whatever. But those are a bit exploitable. So yeah, maybe you know, I think we will consider turning this into a hydrogen build, because I think this configuration of thrusters, but with hydrogen, would be super powerful. Yeah, server limits to batteries, tanks, thrusters. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Like PCU is irrelevant. Like when it's 700 for a spotlight, like PCU is not a relevant metric. That's just a performance. It's a performance cost thing. It's not a build limit or anything. But yeah, I think we'll about wrap it there. At least we made something. It's taken shape. I honestly didn't think I'd get this far into it. I don't think it will be that hard to convert this to a hydrogen build. At the very least, I haven't actually played with atmospheric thrusters yet, so I got to mess around with ways to greeble in detail around the hydrogen thrusters. You know, just sort of trying to follow symmetry. Like, I think this on the side here is just kind of an interesting way to transition out of hydrogen thrusters. Not so much the top. The top is boring, but that was just sort of, those were just thrown on really quickly. And on the back side, this is sort of an interesting way to greeble in and out of the thrusters, but just for reference, here was our mood board. Here's where we started. Good old inspiration. And here's how it's going. We're getting there. We're getting there. At least it has a purpose. It's got a story. You never have to apologize for blowing up the chat. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate everybody that's not hung out here before that came in. This is the first time I've actually greebled from the very start on a stream before, and this is only the 4th stream I've done for SE2. So, well, actually, it's the 4th stream really on the channel. So appreciate you guys hanging out. And oh yeah, I have these fun things. I could hit this button. Lobby split screen. Look at that. I can make it bigger. Got new screensavers in the background and stuff too for like the stream starting and everything like that. So yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out. Glad to see you a year. Glad to see you, Blues. Yeah, it's been fun. I should have a stream outro thing now. I only have my stream starting. I have this button. I need this, but it needs to say stream ending soon. Anyway, appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Godspeed, engineers.